Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Erica Melcher, Program Specialist for Sutter County Children and Families Commission, and I'm here to introduce our workshop today. On behalf of Sutter County Children and Families Commission, we are happy you are here to continue and sustain your journey toward trauma-informed care. Today's training, Basic of ACEs, using trauma-informed approaches and fostering resilience, train the trainer, will further enhance your understanding of the role trauma plays in the lives of the individuals, families, and communities you serve. The incredible Becky Haas is with us today to inform and enhance our trauma-informed practices. Increased understanding is the key to creating a trauma-informed community where experiences are recognized and treated with dignity. Becky Haas is an international advocate and facilitator using a trauma-informed approach and the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. Becky is certified by the SAMHSA Gains Center. We are happy Becky is here with us. And before I turn it over to Becky, we must recognize that trauma-informed information can bring up emotions and possible triggers. As the majority of people have experienced or been exposed to trauma, we want to be mindful that some of this information may be troubling. Please feel free to take a break, breathe deeply when necessary, and know that a recording of this workshop can be found at www.sutterkids.org in the ACEs of Work Community tab. So feel free to come back to the workshop when you are ready and know that a video of this workshop will be available to you. A few housekeeping items. All participants will be muted during the workshop. Becky will take time at the end of the workshop for addressing questions. So please use that chat function to add your question, or feel free to raise your hand when the Q&A portion occurs. There will be 10-minute breaks throughout the workshop and a 30-minute lunch to allow you to attend to your needs. I'll be a bio break, check emails, or have a mindful moment. Thank you all for being here, and we look forward to this journey of growth together. Now it is my honor to turn this wonderful day to grow to Becky Haas. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you, Erica, for welcoming everyone and kind of giving the roadmap of what today looks like. So welcome everyone to the Train the Trainer. All of you would have been part of an event I did before, way back in August when we did the 3-hour training, which was a first that I did with the Sutter County and my partnership with them. So really delighted to have you back here on this in Tennessee, a very cold day, about in the upper 20s. And we've got quite a bit of snow. And that's the kind of reason why people love California, because you don't have any of that right now. But thank you for joining. And as Erica said, anytime we talk about trauma and resiliency, we always want to, the overarching rule is really do no harm. So if at any point during today's event, you need to take a break, get a drink of water, always we want you to take care of you. As she said, we will take a couple of breaks and we will take a pause for a lunch. This is one of the longer online trainings that I do. I'm actually going to do it again on Thursday for 7 counties in North Carolina. So it's a very popular training. So what we're going to do as we go through today in the next 4.5 or so hours is I'm going to give you the talking points so that when we're finished with this Train the Trainer today, you will be able to facilitate the 3-hour training that you were part of back in August. So that's the goal of today. So this training, when we're done, you'll get a copy of these long slides to Train the Trainer, as well as a copy of the 3-hour slides. And the 3-hour slides are what you're going to facilitate. But today's training includes the talking points for the different slides. I also include in the Train the Trainer really more content that you can use as talking points. I'll have a few extra videos. And then as you move forward to facilitate that 3-hour training, you kind of get your own style and kind of what fits you. And so I'm sure I'm giving you more information in today's event than you're going to need. But as a trainer myself, that's what I've done my whole career. I would rather feel like I understand more about a topic than feel like I'm struggling to have enough to talk about it for a few seconds for each slide. Okay. And then when we get started here, we're going to talk about what makes an effective trauma-informed care trainer. You know, I've been a police trainer 16 years now. I taught car seat safety as a lead instructor in the 33 counties of Tennessee. Before that, I did work for the East Tennessee State University Medical Research, the IRB. I lectured on campus about how to submit medical protocols for research. And I've been a trainer my whole career, but some of what we're going to share today, this is different. Training about some of the things that might be the most intimate and private areas of someone's life, traumas that that we've been subjected to. It needs to be treated in a different light than just handing out information. So a little bit of what we're going to talk about here at the first is kind of your frame of mind. Like Erica and I both already touched on this, but when we think about training about the topic of trauma, there's a couple of different things that we want to think about going into it. Okay. And then I was telling Erica and Julie as we were getting ready for today's event that this is what we call here in Northeast Tennessee and rural Appalachia. It's kind of the secret sauce, because in 2015, when I was working for the police and first learned about trauma-informed care, I got some material from SAMHSA and then began to put together a course, and we began to train professionals in our town. And a psychology professor at ETSU, myself at the police department, and it wasn't even in our job description. I had 19 crime prevention programs I was running with 35 agencies, but when I would talk about trauma-informed care and ACEs at my monthly crime prevention partner meeting, one by one, my different agencies all wanted to have training. So I was going in at 6 a.m. to keep all my prevention programs running. And then that would leave me a little time in my month that I could do some training on this. And so what content that we're preparing you to train today, once we delivered it to about 4,000 professionals, our work regionally was recognized by SAMHSA in 2018 as a model that other cities should follow. And then we co-authored a toolkit for the Tennessee Department of Children's Services in 2019. And then in 2020, our toolkit was recommended by a Johns Hopkins publication as a practical tool for communities. And so people can say to me, Becky, I don't know that approach is going to work. Well, they can't really say that because we've already done that. And so I want to encourage you in Northern California and wherever it is that you're representing in California today, I want you to know that when you give this information out to community partners, as Laura Porter so wonderfully says in the movie Resilience, people will do wonderful things with it. Okay. I think sometimes in work that I do nationally and now around the world, I think sometimes it's gotten overcomplicated. And so it's kind of like putting afibrillators out into the mall or in a bus station, that this technical medical life-saving equipment, when people are trained, they can save lives in places that maybe you would have never thought about saving lives. And so as we think about you today as the trainer, I like to say that trauma-informed care training is not taught, but it's caught. And you know what? I happen to know now that really this is shared around the world, because when I'm working with coalitions, kind of like Sutter County, like North Carolina later this week, is that you hear people say, have you got your ACEs champions? That if we were in a room together today and I could see all your beautiful faces, I would ask you to raise your hand on this. But how many of you, when you heard about trauma-informed care, you heard about the Adverse Childhood Experiences study, did it impact you in a way that maybe other things that you've learned in your professional career didn't impact you the same way. And I found that to be very true. And most of the community coalitions, even with my work on a national level with a national trauma campaign, those are the individuals that are, many of them, leading the work to build these communities, is because they become alive with this. Okay. So now, in the midst of a global pandemic, where thinking about being contagious is not a happy picture, today it is. Okay. That we want to be able to be contagious with this passion and this understanding of why this information is important to our organizations as well as our community. And so oftentimes in my Train the Trainer, I ask people to start your training by sharing your own story of when you heard this information and how it impacted you. That might be a good way to start off when you train. And then you want to know that you're not going to be effective in communicating resilient science as an upstream approach unless you first believe that it is. And then you want to think about the background information on what led you to seeing the importance of using a trauma-informed approach. And then we want to think about living a trauma-informed life after the training. You know, if today's workshop was a train the trainer on how to be compassionate or train the trainer on showing respect, you wouldn't just go home and you tell your partner, you know, I showed compassion once today. You know, no, this needs to really become something. And the people that I'm around in my community, in my region, we all definitely agree that this is really, you know, helped to become a lifestyle. All right, so in preparing to do any kind of training, you want to consider maybe training with a team member. You know, I don't know how you all are framing it up there with Sutter County, but I do know, talking to Julie, Michelle, Erica, Sarah, and some of the ones through this past year of my partnering with them, that they want to roll this out and build this work. But there might be opportunities, maybe the first time or two that you do the training, to team up and do it with a team member, someone else that's in the training today. But if that's not practical, you need to know that some of the things that we include in the Train the Trainer are some video clips that you feel like, now I'm bringing along some other experts with me. And then you want to be able to convey the information with compassion and with empathy, and then recognize that all people have value and communicate that. So that's kind of like your grounding, that as a trainer, if you know, when talking about domestic violence or you know, abuse or community fires or earthquakes, or the things that people, you know, have endured that are traumatic, we need to be able to do it in a way of compassion and empathy. And that's very important for you as the messenger. And then you want to know your audience. Today's training, it's intended for a wide range of potential audiences. Just a little while ago, I got off a phone call with a pediatrician. She was in my first cohort of trainers that I trained while I was still with police in 2016. And this is kind of an interesting, she would probably tell you this if she was here today, but her first resident when she was at Sanford was Nadine Burke Harris. And she does know Dr. Burke Harris. And she told me after she went through training in 2016 and she saw, I mean, what a rock star Dr. Burke Harris is about this topic. She said, how did I miss this? You know, but as she and I were talking, you know, I was thinking of times that she teaches in the medical college here locally, and she's very involved with the health system that I work for. And this topic we're giving today, it has been reused, reworked. I cannot tell you the types of audiences, supervisors, philanthropists. But the thing is when you go in to bring this content to your audience, think about who it is that you're going to be addressing. And then prior to the training, you know, think about maybe their level of experience. Maybe they've heard some of this and now they're wanting to know, you know, what to do with it next, or their work settings, or their various roles at work. And I always like to go to trainings and deliver trainings that I feel are a bit tailored to these basic kinds of things. Okay. And then if you want to see examples, you can go to my website of actually some sector specific. But what you're going to hear today in this Train the Trainer, it's usually a little part of all the sector trainings that I've built out over time. But it's real important to think about ahead of time your audience. And then some additional resources. You know, when I first started doing training in 2015, Dr. Clements and we did a PubMed search about trauma-informed care articles, adverse childhood experiences. And I think at that time, we found less than 5,000 articles. And this was in 2015. And here we are entering a 7th year later. And now it's in the hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's literally, it's flooded the information systems. There's so much stuff. So I like to think in today's training, I'm also helping to prepare you as a desktop shortcut for your agency or for your community, that while it may be overwhelming now, the amount of good information out there about trauma-informed care and adverse childhood experiences, Dr. Christina Bethel's study from Johns Hopkins in 2019 on positive childhood experiences, that you can be recognized as someone that knows some of these agencies and organizations and the best practices out there. And you can help kind of navigate people. Maybe you're going to be tasked with helping your organization develop a web page on trauma-informed resources. Well, this training can kind of help you to have some good resources to help do that. So I encourage you, beyond the training and beyond the Train the Trainer, that you be somebody that is a continuous learner. And because though the science of ACEs has not changed since 1997, when they first did the study, there's continuously developing applications of it. And you need to be able to refer to those kinds of things when you do a training. And so here's a couple of my favorite organizations that I use as resources. Many of them, you know, Center for Disease Controls. Some of these even have some online classes that you can take that are free, and they're, you know, not very, you know, they don't take a lot of time. And then you want to provide program ideas. You know, when I go back now, I never expected to be doing this nationally and internationally. I just set out immediately to help my town know how to practice using a trauma-informed approach. And so from the very first training until the ones I do to this very week, I've always provided some programming ideas. Really, most of the communities now that hire me as a consultant, they say, Becky, we've heard about ACEs. Now we want to know, what do we do now? Where do we go from here? And so I always like to, whether it's homeless services or medical or healthcare, policing, I always try to give some things in my training to just give some application of what does it look like in different types of fields. So those are some things too that you can be aware of. Matter of fact, now people will send me an email. Did you see this in the news? Or even my husband will be like, last night he sent me a text and said, I saw this on YouTube and it's talking about trauma and this might be a good resource. So always kind of be keeping your radar up for helping your participants leave your trainings with some new skills and application beyond just the understanding of trauma and ACEs, okay? All right, and then of course you want to model trauma-informed practices while training. Again, we always want to do no harm. We want to create safety by making statements like what Erica and I did as we opened, to explain to participants the nature of the training content. Might remind us at times of our own stories, and we want to be proactive to tell attendees if the content is uncomfortable, to step out, take a break, or pause. Sometimes rooms that I've trained in, I have tissues on hand, you know, things like that. And then provide this reminder again before showing some of the videos. And I'll say that when I get to the particular videos that I think it applies to. And then you want to go maximize your opportunities for choice and control in your training event. So when you are allowed and you do some live trainings, honestly, I think virtual's here to stay even after COVID-19. Back in the day, you would be sending all your managers to a training in Tucson, Arizona. You have to pay for travel, lodging, a per diem for food, and then a $500 conference registration. And then you come back and you have 6 managers that are trained, but now you got 400 employees. Well, you know what? Virtually, for about the same amount of money as you sent your managers, now you can train all your 400. How do I know that? Because in the month of November and December, I trained all of the state of Florida Anthem Health in 6 weeks, over 800 call center, virtual health, the behavioral health, to do the telehealth visits, and we did it all online. So I think there's going to be more and more. This is a very appealing option, but whether we're doing it in person or whether we're doing it virtually, if there's an opportunity to have where you have some interaction, you want to always allow choice and control in the training events, and always let participants know they're free to take a break. Your trainings need to be practical. Again, you want to help your participants see how this training will be useful throughout today. You're going to hear me refer to this training as handing you the lenses, handing you the glasses to use a trauma-informed lens. And again, don't overcomplicate this information. It'll talk a little bit about brain science, but I do grand rounds with physicians. I've trained entire hospitals with a cardiologist sitting right next to housekeeping. I don't try to be a neurologist when I talk about the brain science, okay? But be comfortable in the fact that attending today's event is equipping you to very successfully communicate that 3-hour training, which is a really good foundational start. And then you want to show respect to those that you train by allowing input and ideas to be shared from the group as you go. I just thought of something. Some of you, but depending on your training experience, people often tell me, Becky, it's intimidating to think about training doctors or training school principals or maybe training police officers. Here's one way that I help level the playing field when I go into a group of doctors or working with a police department. Like I trained Oklahoma City Police in 2019, 1,200 officers. And here's a statement that I often use that really immediately helps, is that I'm not trying to come in and show them how to be a police officer or to be a doctor, but this is a quote I use often, is if the only tool you have is a hammer, then you tend to look at every problem as a nail. And trauma-informed training, regardless of what professional sector you work in, that this training is going to give you some new tools to do the job that you do so well. So see, by just making that statement, immediately I've identified I'm not trying to say I'm a police expert, I'm a medical expert. All I'm doing is giving you some tools to be able to use a trauma-informed approach. Okay, some more training tips is it's good to engage stories, use stories. A lot of people will use the stories that I give in today's Train the Trainer, but as you move along and get more comfortable with training some of the concepts, put in some stories that you feel help illustrate the principles. I think sometimes think about a building made out of bricks with no windows being training, okay? Well, wouldn't you rather be in a building that had some windows? And your stories are the things that are like the windows that help people to see in and see the concepts. And then you want to think about using a variety of training styles. So we're not going to do it as much today, but I'm in the middle of doing a 4-month cohort for Tennessee childcare leadership across the state. And I do on one Friday, I do a 90-minute training for the childcare leaders. And then the next Friday, I do a 1-hour coaching on how to do things like serve and return and emotional regulation. Now, in those lessons, all virtual, I use all kind of engage the learners, go to the chat. I put in some little polls and things like that. that really kind of help to engage people. So you might want to think about, those kind of things when you do this training. And then ask some good questions that would involve your participants. And then again, continually read up on this to keep your knowledge base up to date. And then your training logistics. Oh my, I can't emphasize this enough. Don't include slides that you won't be using in your presentation. So though today is to prepare you to facilitate the 3-hour slide deck, like I was telling you, talking to the pediatrician earlier this morning, I can't tell you how many ways she and I, just the two of us, have divided up that 3-hour training to do a 15-minute talk at a medical convention or to do a 30-minute session at the governor's summit. I've done all that. So, you may end up doing a few different things with that 3-hour content. And you always, want to be able to customize it and not just have that bulk of the slides out there if you're not going to use them. And your videos are part of the success of the training. So be sure to make sure prior to the training, you're going to have internet access and sound. And that's really, really critical. And you know what? Sometimes the worst facilities are brand new state-of-the-art hospitals. I have found sometimes in those hospitals, their conference rooms, the walls are so thick that sometimes you have to be careful that your internet might be spotty. Matter of fact, in February, I'm a speaker at a huge educational conference in Houston. And in our packet, they already said, don't count on internet. And we're going to be in a big Marriott hotel. But it said, have all your videos downloaded. So you want to think about your logistics, to think about, could I play my videos if there's no internet, or will they be able to have a way for the sound? And then again, self-care. Some of the materials presented are difficult and might bring back painful memories. So you want to build in a few breaks. So the 3-hour training is generally meant to be facilitated with about a 10-15-minute break early on, and then again at the end. So you want to think about that. Okay, module 1. Now, what you're going to see on the Train the Trainer, and I would suggest you when you do get both the slide decks when we're all finished, is that you print out a copy of both of them and put them in a 3-ring binder. This is the way most people do it. And then you're going to maybe put them on 2 slides to a view, like on a page, and then you'll have those lines for the notes, something like that. But you're going to notice in the Train the Trainer, under each talking point slide that is referring to an actual slide, it's going to say at the top, like this one does, slide 12. So you know easily how to pair them up. Okay. All right. So in the 3-hour slide deck, this talking point goes along with slide number 12. So as you begin each module, you want to review the learning objectives that are going to be covered. And then you want to have an understanding of each of the concepts that are on those learning objective slides. So you can kind of it's like a preview of what learners can expect. All right. So the understanding of trauma-informed approach training is designed to be delivered within a 3-hour time frame with, I was wrong, with 1 10-minute break. So that gives you 2 hours and 50 minutes for content. But this is so important. 57 minutes are how long it takes to show the videos. Okay. So now that helps you to see, man, I got less than 2 hours of instruction. So you just got to think about that as a trainer. You want to pace yourself, how much time you need to spend talking about each module, or you're going to get halfway through and your 3 hours are going to be about up. Okay. And some of you, I'm sure, are very seasoned trainers, and this is all pretty elementary, but I never want to take it for granted. And I want to feel like when we're done today, I've helped you be real prepared. Okay, so voila, here we are. This is the actual slide. So the other way that I designate that in the Train the Trainer is you'll see an asterisk at the top of the slide by the title. So this is what your slide looks like in your 3-hour deck. So here we are. Your learning objectives in section 1 are to have a shared understanding of trauma, how to identify trauma, and then the awareness of the effects to brain development. So if I was doing the 3-hour training today, when I read off this slide with the learning objectives, I would probably point out shared understanding, how to identify trauma. And I usually like to say that trauma's like the wind. We don't always see the wind, we see the effects of the wind. And that's what we're going to learn with trauma, is how to identify it through behaviors. So see something like that I'm just a little comfortable with further explaining one of the points of what we're going to learn. Okay. Now that's just a personal preference. But I try to really avoid just reading the slides. Okay. All right. Notice the asterisk. So this is another slide. This is an actual slide. All right. So the next slide then is on understanding trauma. So some of the main takeaways from the 3-hour training is that we want to begin to shift the underlying question, instead of what's wrong with you, to what happened to you. And that in this 3-hour training that we now can facilitate, is that we want people to start to see that behaviors and symptoms really are adaptations to trauma. And that this is really a very positive training, a very positive information to help improve the health of your community. And the fact that in nurturing relationships and positive experiences, healing happens. That while we don't pick where we start in life, that we can help people to have a more flourishing finish. And that's what ASA science has taught us. Okay. So again, here's some talking points for slide 13, which is what with the blue one we just talked about. So this training is designed to create a paradigm shift in professional thinking. Through this training, though this training gives knowledge, it's also designed to motivate change. And then this is where I talk about the glasses. Okay. And I'm a mother of 2 boys. They're in their 30s now. They're both grown and married. And when they were growing up, my husband and I, we would take them to those 3D movies where you get those big dark glasses and you go in. And we went to an aquarium one time, and man, the fish, all of a sudden it's like you're in the fish tank. Okay. But by wearing those glasses, it allows you to see that movie in a whole new perspective. And that's really what the 3-hour training is all about, helping your service providers understand that about 70% of their consumers, as well as their workforce, are trauma survivors. And this is important information to help us be effective in our service delivery. So this training is going to give you the pair of glasses, so to speak. Okay. And that you don't have to be a therapist to be therapeutic. And I'm going to tell some stories in a little bit about some folks like a bus driver, or cafeteria workers, receptionists, that when everyone in your organization, from the front desk to the actual medical doctor or the behavioral health therapist, that every single one of us can be a part of creating a healing environment. All right, so this is our first video. Notice that it's got a little asterisk there. So we're going to watch this about a 2-minute video by Brene Brown on empathy.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you climb down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no. You want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with "at least." Yeah. And we do it all the time. Because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
All right. So wonderful video. You've probably seen it dozens of times. Trust me, the more you do this training, you'll think about some of these videos in your sleep practically, but it's a wonderful, wonderful video. All right. So here's a few talking points to kind of segue into after the video. And again, these are things that I say, and you kind of, get things that fit your own style. But that understanding empathy is one of the most important takeaways from the actual 3-hour training, whether someone is a doctor, public health worker, a school teacher, a judge, a police officer. Every single professional can add empathy to their toolkit. All right. So what is empathy? Well, Brene does a great job explaining it there, that it's basically perspective taking. It's seeing things from someone else's side. When I worked in the police department, I was overseeing a development of a prison diversion program for felony offenders with addiction. And I heard a story of a woman one day telling in a group her story of her mother as a heroin addict, that her youngest memories of her mother as a little girl was pulling her mother out of the toilet when her mother would get sick after shooting up with heroin. And when she shared that day at the end, I said to her, I'm so sorry that is your youngest memory, one of your memories of your mom and your childhood. And that while you're in this program for the next year, that part of your treatment plan is to be able to have individual counseling. And, a counselor should be able to, talk that with you about why that was. No one should pick where their mother is a heroin addict, that the child as young as you were at that time, to be subject to some of the horrors that you experienced. And just in making a few comments like that to her, she smiled. And the next time I was over there, a few weeks later, she handed me a little piece of paper, and I put in my pocket when I got home that night. I remembered it, and I pulled it out, and she said, "Thank you, Miss Becky, for treating me like a person." And so what did I do? Just as a woman to woman that day in that program, I conveyed to her that I felt that was unfair, that would be her memories of her mom, and just said that to her. And so empathy is perspective taking. It's seeing things from someone else's side. And above all, it's staying out of judgment, and then recognizing emotion in other people and communicating this recognition. Actually, when our work was recognized by SAMHSA as a model for cities to follow in 2018, we hosted a forum. We had 2 governors' wives come, and people from 20 states come to hear how that we had now trained these thousands of professionals, and our health system ended up giving $1 million to the university over 5 years to start the Strong Brain Institute, of which I'm a founding member of. And all of this happened by just us facilitating this 3-hour training at Rotary clubs, at church organizations. Every door that opened, we were able to give a small version of it or the full thing. And it just began to revolutionize in a good way our community. And so as I began to, and then after SAMHSA recognized the work, I was recruited to help the health system. And I was there for a year and a half as their trauma-informed administrator. And when I began to train the Children's Hospital, which has got a couple floors with the NAS baby unit on it, the NICU and the PICU, the nurses managers began to tell me that the nurses were starting to feel a little bit more empathetic with the mothers coming in with active addiction and having a baby, where before they had been felt so short with them and a bit cynical. And even though trauma is not an excuse for drugs or crime, we saw that by putting on the trauma-informed lens in that setting, begin to bring about a greater sense of empathy. And so I wrote some of that there on this slide. So it's really something human in you connecting to someone else. And sometimes simple phrases, just as saying, I'm sorry this happened, really goes a long way to conveying that compassion. Okay, the next concept is going to help organizations understand how using a trauma-informed approach will benefit the effectiveness of service delivery. So one of the things that really brought me in, I've been a grant writer and a grant program director much of my career. I've probably written and overseen the development of programs and a little over $3 million worth of grants in my career. And in all the things I'd done, I didn't see anything except trauma-informed care that began to make the work of grant programs really accelerate. I can't put it probably in a better way than describing it that way. But when someone used a trauma-informed approach along with whatever else it was they're doing, I began to see these improved outcomes. And so I talk a little bit about that in the 3-hour training. And I don't know if many of you've seen Paper Tigers. I would think so. You can actually find it, I think now on Amazon Prime for about $1. So if you've never seen Paper Tigers, I would encourage you to. But we actually created our own Paper Tigers story here with Topper Academy, what happened there in 3 years. But I give some examples in the 3-hour training of how using a trauma-informed approach can improve your service delivery. And that's what this slide talks about, okay? And here's the actual Topper Academy story. Miss Ryden Bacon, she's there in the middle, then myself and Dr. Andy Clements. So it was actually our mayor in 2017. She called me and said, because I work for the city, working for police, she said, Becky, we got a new principal at Topper Academy. I don't know about what all this trauma stuff is, but get her in it. And she came to training. And she was crying during it. She was one of our champions that you could tell immediately she connected the dots. And so then we trained all her staff. And then for 3 years, I helped to support their ongoing work. We did book studies with the teachers. We would do a monthly recap of the book chapters. And what this group did was nothing short of really a miracle. And immediately within the first few months, attendance at this historic old Topper Academy, this alternative high school, attendance went from 55% to 90% and stayed there. And then credits earned, usually there's about 150 kids there in a school year. And typically they would have earned about 200 credits. The first year they recovered 1,155 credits. Typically, they would have graduated about 8 kids out of those 140, 150. The first year they graduated 65, the second year 44. So by just using a trauma-informed approach, we really began to see improved outcomes. And then here's some other things that made the headlines of our local paper. And Miss Dr. Ryden Bacon, she asked the school superintendent if the students were on track with recovering their credits, could they create a 45-minute block on Fridays called incentive? And the superintendent agreed to that. And so she did some focus groups with the students and asked, what are the kind of things you'd like to do? And the students said, well, we'd like a weight room, or they did a drone photography project. And then they created this little area, the board that says Yahoo there, the guidance counselor, Miss Fudge, she got the idea that she would tell the kids that every time you recovered a credit, we're going to put your name, the topic, the subject like geometry or history, and the date, and we're going to put your name on this bulletin board to show you've recovered a credit. And her idea was that she would fill that one bulletin board with those credits, because remember, in the history of this school, 140, 150 kids would recover 200 credits in a school year. But at the end of the first year, this is how the room looked, because now they'd recovered 1,155 credits. When I went in that room that day, it made me cry. I mean, it really brought me chills to look around that room and see what these students had done. All right, so now that brings us, so see, that's a whole lot of background. Now we're still near the very beginning of the first module. We see that asterisk here at the title, so this is an actual slide. So now we're going to begin to talk about what is trauma. So sometimes if I'm in an in-person training, I'll ask someone one of the learners to read this definition. But if not, I read it. And it's basically the SAMHSA definition of what is trauma, and it's based on 3 E words. So an individual trauma results from an event, a series of events, or a set of circumstances experienced by an individual that are physically or emotionally harmful or life-threatening, that can have lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning in many ways: mentally, physically, socially, emotionally, and even their spiritual well-being. Well, many times as I've trained that, and trust me, it's been hundreds of times, it's still a mouthful. So what I like to do is break it up 1 E at a time. All right, so in your 3-hour slide deck, this will be the next slide. So here's your potential traumatic events. Now, if you do have an in-person setting or you want to utilize the chat, you could go in and alter your slide and just have on there abuse, chronic stressors, and loss, and then ask your learners to jump in the chat or to put on Post-it notes around the room. What are some things you think could fill in as potential traumatic events? Because this is not comprehensive. There's many things: a divorce or bankruptcy, sudden loss of a job, many other things that we could put here. A family member with incarcerated. So these are just a sampling of things that potentially could be traumatic events. So usually what I'll do is go through each column and read through them and maybe give an example. For loss, I talk about natural disasters. We had the Gatlinburg fires here a few years ago. I know in California, tragically, you deal with that on a more regular basis, but that was really a phenomenon here that we don't see that kind of widespread wildfire, but we did with that. Here, it's maybe more characteristic. We might have tornadoes, that kind of thing. So some different types of trauma, which I just alluded to. So if training allows, you might want to have the participants help out. You might want to point out that a couple of types of trauma is there's natural trauma, which is the types of things like pandemics, floods or storms. And one of the things unique to natural traumas is it's very publicly aware that there's a lot of news about it, a lot of coverage. If it's a tornado in a town here nearby or flooding, there's community resilience with signs that begin to appear in yards or T-shirts at Cookville Strong or, that kind of a thing. But see, what we're bringing about, professional, is to deal with created traumas that, working in a domestic violence shelter or, working in foster care or in a child abuse type of CAC or CASA or something like that. We know that there are, our communities are inundated with individuals that have experienced this, but see, that's not been as widespreadly known like the natural one. So now what is ACES doing in trauma-informed care is we're raising awareness to the fact that there's a lot of trauma that people have experienced, but this created trauma often has not been talked about because of secrecy and shame. All right, then the second E of our SAMHSA 3E definition is the experience. And the experience of trauma can be impacted by how did it happen, when, where, and how often. So it's the individual's experience of the event, not necessarily the event itself, as traumatizing. So to give some examples, there's a lady named Alice McAfee, and she works for the biggest health department up here in this area, Sullivan County. And one day somebody said, when I shared this story, she said, "Did you know that happened to Alice?" And I said, "No, it didn't happen to Alice. Alice got that story out of my Train the Trainer." And so by illustrating that two of us can experience the same event and one be traumatized while the other's not, I like to tell about when I was a little girl. I asked my mother when I was a young adult what had happened when I was a little girl growing up in Miami. And it seemed like we were having a block party with the neighbors at night for about a week. And my mother said, "What, a block party?" And I said, "Yeah, I just remember at night we all came together and shared our groceries. One neighbor had a big metal can and they built a bonfire." And I don't know your ages that are on the training today, but nobody might be old enough to remember this. But it was the first time I ever found out about date nut bread in a can. Anybody else ever had date nut bread in a can? Go to the chat and tell me or raise your hand. If you ever had date nut bread in a can, well, I learned about it there as a kid. Somebody must have had some in their pantry, and we ate this delicious little brown bread in this can. And so I was telling my mother that's what I was referring to. And she said, "Oh, honey, that was Hurricane Donna." And I looked Hurricane Donna up. I think it was about 1960 or 61. And it came inland in Miami. It was worse and more devastating than Katrina. I think it hit land about 150 miles an hour. And so my parents had created to me a sense of safety. But you know what? To this day, my mother, she's 87 years old, and she always knows the weather wherever she is at. If I'm traveling, I'll get a text message of the weather forecast for the whole day or for the whole time where I'm in that city. And she has, and she, like when we got this snowfall this week, several days ahead, she knew it was coming. She's already stocked up her pantry. So I think by my mother kind of creating that sense of safety for my siblings and I, she's experienced much more trauma by it. And so two of us went through the same event where one is not as traumatized while the other is. All right, then the third E of trauma are the effects of trauma. Now, as a trainer, what's important for you to convey here is we want the learners to start to think about that some of the behaviors that we see in our settings, these could be, instead of just looking at it as behaviors, that these could be adaptations to trauma. A few years ago, my husband, he just retired a year ago as a contractor. He did everything from surveying to building big buildings, medical complexes, shopping centers, to in the last years of his career, he was an estimator because both shoulders had to be replaced through just wearing them out and that kind of thing. And when he went through the shoulder surgeries, I would have to take him to the orthopedic surgeon following the surgeries for his physical therapy. And we would be in this large orthopedic surgeon practice waiting room, may have 45 people there in the waiting room. And every one of them is wearing a cast or in a sling or a boot or crutches or a walker. And never one time sitting in that waiting room did I ever think, what the heck's going on? You know why? Because I understood in that waiting room, everybody in there is waiting. They're navigating an orthopedic procedure. They've had surgery, they've got an injury, and they're all in here with some adaptation to working through that process. Well, that's what we want our learners to start to see, that some of the behaviors like hypervigilance or anger or disassociation, these are things that are totally characteristic to trauma survivors. So the effects of trauma on an individual can become conceptualized as a normal response. So the woman whose mother was a heroin addict, she would tell about how they were locked in their room at night with no food, her sisters, when her mom had a party. And to her, that was very normal. That's just the way they thought other kids were growing up. But to some of the others of us that had a different story in our childhood, that could seem abnormal. So to a trauma survivor, we don't see things as they are. We begin to see things as we are. And to someone experiencing trauma, we understand we all have a place called survival mode, which helps us to, engage in the type of activity we need if we feel our life is threatened with danger. But it's not meant to be how we live our life. Okay. So there's the experience. There's the event of trauma, potential events. Then there's the experience. How did it happen? When, where, how often, who's involved? That can matter whether it's traumatic or not. And then the effects of trauma. Again, another quote I like to give, particularly when I'm training teachers, is that sometimes people say, Becky, in teaching about trauma-informed care, is your goal to get people to tell you their trauma stories? No, absolutely not. Though the more you do this training, you will hear a lot of stories, to which I always reply to someone to thank them for sharing their story, or that I'm so sorry that was an experience that they had. But what this training is about is to help professionals learn to have new skills to help trauma survivors dealing with the lingering effects of trauma. Okay. And so that's when we talk about what to do with the effects. So some of the effects of trauma that might seem normal to a survivor and abnormal maybe to others. When I worked for police, the FBI, I went to several trainings put on by the local FBI that talked about human trafficking. And they would talk about how hard it was to get children out of this kind of a lifestyle, because to them now it had created a kind of a quasi family situation. We had one situation here in town that ended up a prostitution ring, 10 females in a home with one man, a cocaine dealer. He ended up being sent away on federal drug charges for the volume of drugs that he dealt. But when this situation was broken up, they found out on the phones of the women, they all had a phone contact named Mom. Now, you know what? Those 10 women, none of them were siblings biologically, but the mom contact was the same female for all of them. And you know who the mom was? The mom was the female in that group that had been there the longest. She was contact Mom. Then they had a contact named Dad. Now, again, these 10 women, none of them were siblings biologically. You know who the dad was? The dad was a drug dealer. So see, this unusual kind of family story began to unfold, and all that are what we can look at as the effects of trauma. Behaviors, that trauma behaviors, that behavior is telling a story of experienced trauma. So here's a great slide. You could spend so much time on this, but this is an actual slide. See the asterisk. So how to identify trauma. So 3 years ago, I was training I was training about 200 school nurses regionally. And when I got to this slide, they're all shaking their head up and down, because every single school nurse knows that every year you're going to have the frequent flyers to this nurse's office that have headaches, have tummy aches. But you know what? Sure, it may be a headache, it may be a tummy ache, but it could be the fact that kids are witnessing violence in the home. Or maybe last night my dad was arrested, or my mom didn't come home because of drug activity. So we want to help our learners to recognize what are some of the physical reactions to trauma. So you want to be able to look through this list and be able to identify all these physical reactions to trauma: low energy, hyper arousal. When we talk in a little bit about the brain and how trauma derails brain development, we're going to talk about the amygdala, and the amygdala is the downstairs brain, and it's the survival mechanism of our brain, and it's only capable of 3 types of responses: fight, flight, or freeze. So hyperarousal is the fight and the flight. Hypoarousal, it's the freeze, okay? So in case there's somebody on today that you don't know the difference between those, hyperarousal is fight and flight, hypo is isolated and the freezing. So you want to look through that list, be able to understand or expound on any of those. Then there's the emotional. And these are the kind of emotional identifiers that we might see: anger, shame, avoidance of a location, maybe somewhere that maybe something traumatic happened. And then behavioral. This is huge. This is why I'm having this conversation with you today, why I'm preparing you as trainers to take California, to get more and more the great work that y'all are doing out in California, that really every state is looking a lot at as you advance this. But see right here, behavioral, how to help substance abuse, alcohol, eating disorders, all the things that are so costly to every community, really around the world. These are behaviors that are characteristic of a trauma survivor, risky behaviors to cope. Okay, and then we see cognitive behaviors that things like the inability to concentrate. When I do my police training for sexual assault exams, I talk about how that you can actually gather evidence by understanding trauma behaviors, because when someone is delayed in their reporting of sexual assault, that actually builds a stronger case. So you want to be able to identify these behaviors. All right. You all are listening so well. Hope you're out there. I know you are. I'm kidding. My sons always say, Mom, please don't ever try to be funny, because you're not. But thank you all for patiently traveling along. All right. For some reason, it's not wanting to advance. Oh, there we go. All right. So pretty much everything I just said, this is talking point about the behaviors. Trauma's like the wind. You don't see the wind. What you see, the effects of the wind. Same is true about trauma. And I think I pretty much covered all this, but this is just some talking points about understanding behaviors. All right, now we begin to talk about the brain development. So the slides that are coming up, this is the part of the training. I wish I could see your faces and all, but you are going to encounter some skeptics. Anybody want to go to the chat? Has there been anybody that you've brought the ACEs message to so far, and maybe they're a bit skeptical or feel that this is just a fad or a movement? Anybody want to go in the chat? Just say yes or thumbs up. I don't see anybody in the chat, but yeah, a couple. Okay. Anybody? Yeah, let me see.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Hi. I am an educator, and I find not so much that colleagues don't think it's real, but they just don't think it's that pressing. They don't think that it's not. They don't think it's that pressing. It's not as serious. That's what I've found. That in the education field, especially after COVID, everybody's focused on learning loss and meeting targets and meeting district standards and all this testing and everything. But they fail to realize that, as I'm sure you're going to get into, trauma impacts children's brains, their executive functioning. So if you don't address that and teach children how to recognize when they're stressed and teach them appropriate behaviors and resilience skills, 2 plus 2 plus 4 is just not going to sink in no matter what you do.
Yep.
And that's the challenge that I'm facing, is getting people to realize this is a pressing. I think childhood trauma is a national and a public health emergency. That's just me.
Definitely.
But it's so hard to convince people that it is.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad you're on our team. You're it. You're embodying the message. Very good. Thank you for sharing that. Well, this right here, this is what I have found. And when I do trainings, I reiterate over and over and over that it is science. And when they call the 90s the decade of the brain, where a lot of research then began to happen to understand about the brain. And then after the ACEs study, the Harvard Center and Dr. Shankoff, the work that I just did with the health system in Florida, we brought him in and he did a thing for the medical providers while I was training, the other staff. But they've done fabulous work. The Alberta Family Institute in Canada, more and more are talking about exactly what you just said about how that educators can get in there and teach the best lesson. But it's like you have 2 children and you're expected to be a coach and turn them into NFL Super Bowl winners. And one kid comes to practice, knows what a football is, understands the plays, dresses out every day, while the other one has no interest in football, doesn't know any of the rules. And, it doesn't mean that it couldn't be done, but you're definitely at a disadvantage. And I agree, it's not going to go away. More and more people, I'm actually working with several states now with the education commissioners. I was in Delaware back in September. That was the Delaware Department of Education that brought me in. The Delaware Secretary of Education, she was there. And so it's just a matter of time before those superintendents are going to hear about it, through their state education. But you're exactly right. But I just love the passion in your voice. So I'm so happy you're part of this. But this information around the brain science, that's a great place to really begin to say, you know what, this is scientific. This is not a movement. This is not a fad. This is not a buzzword to put in your grant. This is science. Okay. So these next few slides are going to show conclusive science, how trauma derails child brain development. And then this training can help professionals learn some new skills that are going to help build emotional regulation that can later impact the brain. And then it's also important to communicate that a child that trauma experienced as a child without having a nurturing caregiver, that's what can leave a lasting impact on the child. Some people say it's not about trauma-informed care. It's not about that people had suffered a trauma, but that you're alone when you suffered that trauma, that you didn't have that human connection, that nurturing caregiver. So again, that's what the ACEs study showed us, that though these things might be fact, they don't have to be fate. But the brain science is, when I got to go speak to a Senate Health Committee representing the healthcare system that I worked for, I had about 7 minutes, and this is exactly what I shared with them, because I knew that they needed to know it's science. Okay, there we go. All right, so here we see, this is an actual slide. So we talk about brain development. The brain has a bottom-up organization. The bottom controls the most simple functions, such as respiration, heart rate, and blood pressure. And then the top areas, the red and the yellow there, control the more complex functions, such as thinking and regulating emotion. And so this is another actual slide. So at birth, the brain is underdeveloped. When you're born, you come with all the brain you're going to have. It's going to grow in size, but the way that brain is going to develop is by use. The same as a baby uses their arms or their legs, or, when our oldest son in the 1980s was born in 1988, when he first was crawling around and pulling up like he wanted to learn to walk, I don't know if any of you are old enough, but our video recorder, It looked like we were there on site for Channel 8 News. I mean, it was huge. You had to hold it on your shoulder. Now to think you do all that with your phone, you know, but we would set up a tripod at night in the living room, and we'd come home from work, and our little David, we would do walking lessons, and he would totter from one end of the room to the other while we were coaching him and watching it on video. Well, then our other son, Chris, who came along 3 years later, you know what? He learned how to walk, and he had no walking lessons. You know why? He's chasing his brother around. And so the same way a child develops that sequential development for talking, speech, for walking by crawling, and it's all sequential. That's the same way the brain develops. And so the way the brain is strengthened is by what part of it is being used. All right, now we see 3 little videos that come from the Harvard Center. What I prefer to do as a trainer, they're all about 1.5 minutes each. One is talking about the principle of brain architecture. The second one is the principle of serve and return. And the third one is the principle of toxic stress derails brain activity. I like to show all 3 of them in a row and then talk about them when they're done. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show each one of them. They're about 1.5 minutes, and then I'll talk about them, and then won't be too much longer. We'll take our first break.
A child's experiences during the earliest years of life have a lasting impact on the architecture of the developing brain. Genes provide the basic blueprint, but experiences shape the process that determines whether a child's brain will provide a strong or weak foundation for all future learning, behavior, and health. During this important period of brain development, billions of brain cells called neurons send electrical signals to communicate with each other. These connections form circuits that become the basic foundation of brain architecture. Circuits and connections proliferate at a rapid pace and are reinforced through repeated use. Our experiences and environment dictate which circuits and connections get more use. Connections that are used more grow stronger and more permanent. Meanwhile, connections that are used less fade away through a normal process called pruning. Well-used circuits create lightning-fast pathways for neural signals to travel across regions of the brain. Simple circuits form first, providing a foundation for more complex circuits to build on later. Through this process, neurons form strong circuits and connections for emotions, motor skills, behavioral control, logic, language, and memory during the early critical period of development. With repeated use, these circuits become more efficient and connect to other areas of the brain more rapidly. While they originate in specific areas of the brain, the circuits are interconnected. You can't have one type of skill without the others to support it. Like building a house, everything is connected, and what comes first forms a foundation for all that comes later. The key to forming strong brain architecture is what's known as serve and return interaction with adults. In this developmental game, new neural connections form in the brain as young children instinctively serve through babbling, facial expressions, and gestures. And adults return the serve, responding in a very directed, meaningful way. It starts very early in life, when a baby coos and the adult interacts and directs the baby's attention to a face or hand. This interaction forms the foundation of brain architecture upon which all future development will be built. It helps create neural connections between all the different areas of the brain, building the emotional and cognitive skills children need in life. For example, here's how it works for literacy and language skills. When the baby sees an object, the adult says its name. This makes connections in the baby's brain between particular sounds and their corresponding objects. Later, adults show young children that those objects and sounds can also be represented by marks on a page. With continued support from adults, children then learn how to decipher writing and eventually to write themselves. Each stage builds on what came before. Ensuring that children have adult caregivers who consistently engage in serve and return interaction beginning in infancy, builds a foundation in the brain for all the learning, behavior, and health that follow. Learning to deal with stress is an important part of healthy development. When experiencing stress, the stress response system is activated. The body and brain go on alert. There's an adrenaline rush, increased heart rate, and an increase in stress hormone levels. When the stress is relieved after a short time, or a young child receives support from caring adults, the stress response winds down and the body quickly returns to normal. In severe situations, such as ongoing abuse and neglect, where there is no caring adult to act as a buffer against the stress response stays activated. Even when there is no apparent physical harm, the extended absence of response from adults can activate the stress response system. Constant activation of the stress response overloads developing systems, with serious, lifelong consequences for the child. This is known as toxic stress. Over time, this results in a stress response system set permanently on high alert. In the areas of the brain dedicated to learning and reasoning, the neural connections that comprise brain architecture are weaker and fewer in number. Science shows that the prolonged activation of stress hormones in early childhood can actually reduce neural connections in these important areas of the brain at just the time when they should be growing new ones. Toxic stress can be avoided if we ensure that the environments in which children grow and develop are nurturing, stable, and engaging.
All right, let's talk about these videos, okay? So each of the 3 videos are under 2 minutes long. I show them one at a time and make comments or show them together. Again, that's your preference. But as one of our learners jumped in and shared that about, sometimes those in the education, my heart goes out to educators. I have never seen a time that educators have been many of them wanting to leave the field because with the pandemic, not only, trying to keep kids well, keep yourself well, thinking about teaching your own children, going hybrid, going virtual. I mean, I don't know that there are too many fields that have come under such a barrage of changes as educators are. But, honestly, I do think if educators somehow could just see what it is that we're bringing to them with this information, it might take a little investment up front to get some training, but in the long run, it could be teachers that already had this coming into the pandemic. Right now we're collecting data from a whole school district in Southwest Virginia. And these teachers said it's been much easier navigating the pandemic by understanding trauma-informed care. So, your heart goes out to educators because this is such a hard time. But if they could just be open to see that these are some tools that really, really, really could help. So these videos talk about number one, the brain architecture or the neuropathways or the roadways. Again, I never try to fake being a doctor because I'm not one, okay? But the neuropathways or the roadways of the brain, they're developed and they're strengthened by which ones are used, okay? So whatever part of the brain is used the most grows the strongest. And then the second video was talking about the process of serve and return. And so for a child to develop the upstairs brain, the cortex, the problem-solving part of the brain, the part that processes big emotions, that does sequential things, putting things by shape, by color, by number, all that's upstairs in the brain, okay? The way that part of the brain develops has to have serve and return on a regular basis. That's why I'm training statewide childcare providers right now, is our childcare leadership in the state. They understand that a childcare setting could be the best way to begin to recover some of these things in brain development if the children are not getting it at home. And this video points that out through teaching about the ping pong, the tennis match of serve and return, okay? And then the third video is the toxic stress derails brain development. The Center for Disease Control says that the greatest form of child abuse is child neglect. And I could tell a lot of stories right here that I spent time talking to child crime investigators about child homicides where children under the age of 2 died. And 80 to 90% of those children that die each year that are under the age of 2, it's a high percentage of them. It's at the hand of known caregivers. Matter of fact, it's very unusual that a small child would die at the hands of a stranger. And so we see that a lot of children are growing up with this toxic stress by experiencing these terrible situations of neglect. Back to my story of the woman in the prison program, she went on one time when I went into healthcare, we had a philanthropist that donated a pretty sizable gift to the Children's Hospital and wanted to create a documentary on poverty and addiction in rural Appalachia. And they reached out to me to see if I knew of anyone that would be willing to share a story. And I talked to the Department of Corrections and they said, sure, if anyone in the program wanted to share a story, they would be welcome to. And this woman, sure enough, she did. You know what? She said, I'll share my story under one condition. And I said, what's that? She said, if you go with me. Because why? She knew that I had shared empathy with her and, believed her story and was rooting for her, cheering for her change in life. So one day we went to a gazebo at a city park over by a covered bridge that's real historic in my town. And for 5 hours, she sat and shared her story. And the filmmakers' mouths were literally hanging open by some of the things they couldn't believe, things they'd heard of times as a child that she and her sisters were left all alone. One time when she was as young as 6 and her little sister was only 4 weeks old, and they would hold a mirror under the baby's nose, looking to see if the baby was still alive. All right, so with that, then we see this principle number 3, that toxic stress derails brain development, that when children are left alone, are not getting that serve and return, that what is happening is that child's brain is not developing the upper part that needs to be developed in order to go to school and be successful, okay? So without a nurturing caregiver, a young child is not able to move from operating from the fear center, the amygdala, the fight, flight, or freeze, back up to the cortex, okay? So an overdeveloped amygdala causes the brain to release also unhealthy doses of cortisol into the child's body. That's another reason why I was recruited into healthcare, because when children have overstimulated amygdalas, then they're getting all this amount of cortisol released in their body, which is not good for their immune system, okay? All right, so this was one of my other slides that I took to the Senate Health Committee when I needed to be convincing that this message is science, okay? So this is 2 PET scans of children, same age, 2 different children, okay? And the little description is written right beside each brain. But we see one is labeled a healthy brain, and notice the areas that are all colored in. That's the cortex. And then notice the area behind the circle area. Look on the first one, how red it is, okay? So this is a child that's, I think, 5 or 6 years old, that's getting all that serve and return, all that caregiver activity, all that stimulation from a nurturing caregiver. Now, you take that into your teachers and show them that this is what science shows, that a child getting serve and return with nurturing caregivers, this is the way their brain develops. But now look on the other side. This is a child, it says abused brain. I probably would have labeled it neglected brain. This is a brain of a child the same age growing up in a Romanian orphanage. Now, those orphanages, maybe you have 150, 200 kids per about 6 adult caregivers. How do I know that? I have a sister who adopted a child from China at 3 years old. My niece now is in her 20s, graduated college, got her first marketing job. She's just quite a success story. We love her to pieces. But that was her story when they went and adopted her in Beijing. The little children at 7 o'clock at night were tied by their ankle to their bed because though they had food, they had shelter, they had clothing, what they did not have was one-on-one nurturing. And so look at the PET scan of a child growing up in an orphanage like that. And it just shows those areas. Now, if a teacher sees that in their first grade class, they have children sitting side by side, one has a healthy brain, the other has a neglected brain. I don't care how well prepared you are as a teacher, you are not going to be able to teach these two children in a way that they both learn the same way. Now, we can change that by putting social emotional strategies, by putting in some other things into your lesson planning that really don't cost anything, that can very much be constructed into games and classroom activities that aren't going to take extra time. But that's really what you're dealing with, and that is science. All right, we are going to pause right now. It should be 10 o'clock where you are. It's 1 o'clock where I'm at. And I'm going to set my timer and we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back to where we were with the brain development. All right, so after we see the 3 videos, now we begin to talk more about the fire alarm or the amygdala part of the brain. So really the main 2 areas that I bring out in training about the brain is the cortex and the prefrontal cortex and the amygdala, okay? Or as Cherry said in Dr. Dan Siegel's book, the whole child workbook, it talks about upstairs brain, downstairs brain, and we will talk about the hand model here in a little bit. So the fire alarm part of the brain is the amygdala. So this diagram shows where the amygdala is and that the cortex shuts down when someone is focused on survival. That's why it's hard to think in a crisis. Okay, now this little video, it comes from the Alberta Family Wellness Institute, and you can actually go to their website and take a pretty comprehensive training online. It's free. You get a certificate on understanding more about trauma and the brain. Matter of fact, in Tennessee, we have a thing called Building Strong Brain Tennessee that got started in 2016, and where you have ACE-Aware grants, ACE-Aware initiatives that California is doing, which the Sutter County has been a part of that grant system. I've been a recipient of several of the Tennessee Building Strong Brain grants. And in this last round of grants for the state, that was in last fall, I didn't apply for one then because I'm too busy with all this work, but when I was doing more local work. But this year they said anyone that submits a grant and their whole team has taken the class from Alberta Family Wellness, they would be given an extra 5 points. So that you can see that that's a pretty significant training if a whole state is willing to say, we're going to bump your grant up by a few points if you get it. So this little video comes from a part of that series, and in about 4 minutes of a cartoon fashion, it's going to give a little more information on how brains are built.
Science tells us that the experiences we have in the first years of our lives actually affect the physical architecture of the developing brain. This means that brains aren't just born, they're also built over time based on our experiences. Just as a house needs a sturdy foundation to support the walls and roof, a brain needs a good base to support all future development. Positive interactions between young children and their caregivers literally build the architecture of the developing brain. Building a sturdy foundation in the earliest years provides a good base for a lifetime of good mental function and better overall health. So just how is a solid brain foundation built and maintained in a developing child? One way is through what brain experts call serve and return interactions. Imagine a tennis match between a caregiver and a child, but instead of hitting a ball back and forth across a net, various forms of communication pass between the two. From eye contact to touch, from singing to simple games like peekaboo. These interactions, repeated throughout a young person's developing years, are the bricks that build a healthy foundation for all future development. But another kind of childhood experience shapes brain development too, and that's stress. Good kinds of stress, like meeting new people or studying for a test, are healthy for development because they prepare kids to cope with future challenges. Another kind of stress, called toxic stress, is bad for brain development. If a child is exposed to serious, ongoing hardships like abuse and neglect, and he has no other caregiver in his life to provide support, the basic structures of his developing brain may be damaged. Without a sturdy foundation to properly support future development, he is at risk for a lifetime of health problems, development issues, even addiction. It's possible to fix some of the damage of toxic stress later on, but it's easier, more effective, and less expensive to build solid brain architecture in the first place. One of the things that sturdy brain architecture supports is the development of basic emotional and social skills, an important group of skills which scientists call executive function and self-regulation can be thought of like air traffic control in the child's mental airspace. Think of a young child's brain as the control tower at a busy airport. All those planes landing and taking off and all of the support systems on the ground simultaneously demand the controller's attention to avoid a crash. It's the same with a young child learning to pay attention, plan ahead and remember, and follow lots of rules. Like all of us, kids have to react to things happening in the world around them, while also dealing with worries, temptations, and obligations on their minds. As these demands for attention pile up, air traffic control helps a child regulate the flow of information, prioritize tasks, and above all, find ways to manage stress and avoid mental collisions along the way. Having this ability is a necessity for positive and level mental health. Developing effective air traffic control, overcoming toxic stress, and building solid brain architecture are things kids can't do on their own. And since strong societies are made up of healthy, contributing individuals, it's up to us as a community to make sure all young people have the kinds of nurturing experiences they need for positive development. To build better futures, we need to build better brains.
All right, so you see now the Harvard videos, and this video have a couple of reappearing themes. All right. Okay, so in the Brain Builder video, there's really two takeaways that you want to get out of this video. Number one was how that it emphasized the serve and return process in the video. It said it a lot like the Harvard one, like a tennis match, and a child will serve and the caregiver will respond, and that's a return. But notice that this video pointed out that a child must have serve and return to develop the upper part of their brain. It isn't going to happen. Now, I think some of you might have been on several of the other trainings that I've done for Sutter County, but when we started, I did one kind of a keynote and told what happened here, or began to happen here, when we started giving hundreds and thousands of our professionals this 3-hour training that you're going to be able to facilitate. One of them, when I did my police, when I was working for police, when all this started, I held my monthly crime prevention meeting in the library. Our library is a brand new, beautiful facility, and I used a big conference room there. Well, people from the library often join my crime prevention meeting because many of the homeless population would frequent the library, and that's no secret. Every city in America, if you are working with homeless population, then your library is going to be a place where the librarians know domestic violence victims will seek refuge in a library, runaway teens will be in a library, all that kind of thing. But anyway, we had librarians attending. Well, when librarians saw this video and heard about serve and return, you know what our librarians did? 2 libraries Washington County, Tennessee, and Carter County, Tennessee, they started serve and return reading groups. Those librarians, light bulb came on, and they thought, you know what? Every week we do preschool reading groups. My grandchildren go to the library when they can with COVID, around COVID protocol, they go to those groups. Okay. Well, they said, you know what? We're going to help parents learn how to important serve and return is. And so a couple of these librarians, even out of their own money, they bought little brown paper bags and they assembled serve and return kits. And they do this serve and return activity lesson now at the library around preschool reading. Okay. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that your community is going to amaze and wow you with once you begin to hand the glasses out by giving this training. So we see that this video really stressed how important that serve and return is. It's not just a fun thing for grandma to read a book to a child or mom or dad, whatever. It has to happen for a child to develop the upper part of the brain. So then in that video, it says the serve and return is like building bricks, okay? Then it goes on to say one of the buildings that you need to build with the bricks is air traffic control, which is emotional regulation. So the point of that video is if there's no bricks, if there's no serve and return, there's no bricks. If there's no bricks, there's no air traffic control. All right, so this is another compelling science video. And this was the other video, the other image on a slide I took to the Senate Health Committee when I presented in Nashville. So typical brain development is an upside down pyramid with the child who falls down, but mommy or foster parent or granny scoops him up and hugs him tight and kisses the boo-boo or whatever, makes the world right again. So when a child's growing up with that nurturing caregiving around them, then they have a small amount of use of the survival mechanism and then a whole lot of use of the cognitive part of their brain. So now the child's brain is ready to go into kindergarten, go into school and to do well. But when we see children growing up in a home where there is household dysfunction, when I worked for police, our school board members told me every year in Johnson City, and we're such a drop in the bucket compared to maybe towns you're looking at in California. We have about maybe 70,000 in my town, and actually the smaller town I live more near, maybe it's only about 15,000, but we see every year in our city schools in Johnson City, an average of 300 to 400 kids that are classified as homeless. Now, it doesn't mean they sleep under bridges or in a car, but it means every day when they leave the school, the school administration has no idea where those children live. They have no permanent address. They're sleeping on a couch at a friend's, sleeping on a couch at a grandparent's. But a lot of it is around the transient lifestyle around drugs. So when a child is growing up subject to that amount of instability, then we see their child is developing this fashion of a brain, where they're coming into school with highly developed fight, flight, or freeze. And a small amount of the brain is developed around the learning. So again, this is science. This is not a fad or a movement. This is science. Okay, so this illustrates why these slides illustrate why teachers and early childhood educators need to understand that trauma affects brain development. Two children sitting side by side in a classroom may have brains that have been developed entirely two different ways. And both children are not going to have the same capacity for learning, no matter how skilled the teacher is. So it's really not about the teacher's skill, but it's created the perfect storm in education because the teacher's advancement, the teacher's raises, the school funding, it's all based on scores. And yet we are not seeing the need to help our teachers understand that the children are not going to get the scores unless we understand about trauma-informed care. Okay, so toxic stress and brain development, we want to help our learners to understand that prolonged exposure to toxic stress on a child without a nurturing, calming caregiver can impact their school success. So just as new parents need to be taught the importance of using a car seat, good nutrition, they also need to understand about nurturing, that this is key to brain development. All right, now this slide, when Tennessee created curriculum back in 2016, I was in a first cohort of trainers to get the Building Strong Brains, and I pulled some of that content into my training, so that's what you're getting today. But I want you to help me out, go into the chat. I want you to notice two things as I describe this slide, okay? Two things. Number one is the little girl in the pink blouse. And number two, the sizes of the boulders, okay? Now, I'm going to explain this slide, how you can explain it to your learners, all right? So every one of us has stress in our life, all right? Everyone has stress. So in the first one, it's called positive stress. So we see a little girl surrounded by a little crowd of students here. Maybe they're waiting their turn. Maybe they're cheering her on. I don't know. But things like meeting new people, maybe taking a new job, getting interviewed for a job, maybe doing public speaking, maybe the first time you do this training. There are things that, you know, it gets us out of our comfort zone. But honestly, it's a good thing when we get out of that comfort zone, when we do that public speaking, when we make a presentation. Sure, it might be nerve-wracking at the moment, but later it encourages us on to maybe take a supervisor role where you're going to be the director of training, or maybe it's going to give you the courage to apply for, you know, that harder job or something like that. So positive stress is a good thing, all right? But now notice the little girl in the pink top moves to the middle, okay? Now this is labeled tolerable stress. And notice the words on the boulder. Notice how much bigger the boulder is, okay? And this is labeled a death in the family, all right? Now, who can tell me, before I tell you, go to the chat, why is this little girl able to navigate this big boulder? Go in the chat. Who can tell me real fast? Why is this little girl able to navigate this big boulder? Julie, can you read off what, or Erica?
Yes, so she has support, family support. She has a supportive adult.
Yep, good. You got it. Exactly. That is how she's able to navigate it. So it's a big boulder, you know, losing a family member. You know why the healthcare system that brought me on as first trauma-informed administrator, the CEO, he's worked for 2 governors as commissioners of health over the years, and now he's the healthcare over 22 hospitals in 3 states. You know what? A wonderful man. I always enjoyed my encounters with him. His mother died when he was 5 years old. Now, he would tell you that if he was speaking at a conference. His mother died when he was 5 years old. And he talks about, before he knew anything about trauma-informed care, how much his first grade teacher, he said sometimes she would just see that I was struggling and just hold my hand. And he's Caucasian, and his first grade teacher was African-American. And he just talked about having that kindness from his teacher, you know, helped him as a little child to navigate that hard boulder of a death of a family member. And so we see that is tolerable stress. Now, look at toxic stress. So now we see the boulders are labeled abuse, parental addiction, and neglect. We also see these boulders are impassable. We also see these boulders come with no support system. Now, the wording on the boulders seem to imply that the source of the stress is coming from the home, or what should be the support system. So we see there that the little girl navigates all these 3 different stresses: positive, tolerable, and toxic. And she's able to navigate the tolerable with the support. And she really is able to navigate the toxic, but unless we get our teachers trained, unless we have our childcare trained, our Boys and Girls Club trained, throw in some librarians there, the faith community, the coaches, and that's exactly what we're doing here in Northeast Tennessee. Then we begin to see where if the household family is a source of stress and they're not going to be that nurturing component, by golly, we can find other nurturing components in our community. And that's, I tell you, I love that stuff. I mean, I'm amazed what people in our community have done. So if you get real scientific, oh, well, here's kind of talking points: positive stress, a baby meeting an Easter bunny. You know, I'm a grandma, and I'll just be honest, when my son and his wife, when Paisley she's 5.5, Caden's 3.5, and our new baby's Christian, he was born at Thanksgiving. But when the older ones were little and they would go sit on Santa's lap at 15 months, they're screaming. I did not enjoy that, nor did they. And you know, that now they know all about, you know, writing the Santa list and la la la. But anyway, you got your positive stress, your tolerable and toxic. So be able to explain that, point out the little girl, point out the size of the boulders, and then point out the support system.
Ms. Haas,
So,
can I say something about the bunny, the Easter bunny?
oh,
Right
yeah,
quick.
sure. Yeah.
This is one of my earliest memories of a child. As a child, I was about maybe 3 or 4 years old, and my dad was Santa Claus at Macy's. He did that for extra money. So my mom, so you know, you can sit on Santa's lap and take pictures and everything. My mom took me, and that scared me so much because I didn't recognize that he was my dad, but he kept saying, Cherry, it's me, it's me. So imagine seeing this person in this big suit and everything. You're hearing your dad's voice, but you don't think it's your dad. And that scared me so bad when I was little. And I still remember that to this day, you know. So it's amazing the things that'll scare a kid.
Yeah. And I can't believe if your dad was going to tell you it was him when you visited, why maybe ahead of time he didn't tell you.
I cannot answer that.
Yeah, that's creepy. Well, I mean, and when I used to, many years ago, I went to a really large church, and I worked with preschoolers up to 3 to 5 year olds. And I would try to use dress up characters. Like we had a dog costume. He was Bartimaeus, and Bartimaeus would come in. But you know what I quickly learned for children that little, those costumes sometimes were more frightening. And so I did away with them in that little. But anyway, well, I am terribly sorry for that. And
I got over it, but I think we make a good point that again, we don't know what kids' triggers are.
And see, right now, when you're training, that's a perfect illustration of something that, you know, you can weave into your training. All right. So if we go back to the little girl in the pink blouse and we think about those different levels of stress, this slide right here is the companion slide that comes next. And it shows you when you get that positive stress, public speaking, that job interview, whatever, but then that stress becomes more manageable. But the peak there, that's when that cortisol is being released. It says here, getting a vaccine, having a first day of school, but it becomes more manageable. And so does your cortisol level. It goes down. Right here, this illustrates why I was recruited to healthcare, because now we see the tolerable death of a family or navigating like COVID-19. You know, I'm working with the Tennessee Department of Public Health on a statewide initiative. And the assistant commissioner was telling me before Christmas that in Tennessee, 1 of every 500 children in Tennessee have lost their primary caregiver to COVID-19. I was reeling from that when she told me that statistic. And so when we see kids navigating the loss of family, whatever their relationship is, we see that cortisol peaks up there, that stress, and it comes down. But maybe you get to a holiday, a Mother's Day, a first birthday, or a graduation, something where the eyes flood with tears, missing that loved one, and it'll come back up. But again, it goes down, it's more manageable. And then we have the toxic stress, and that's our kids that are growing up in this endless amount of toxic, prolonged stress. And that's why just a few hours ago, I'm talking to a very notable pediatrician in our region who helps lead this work. And that's what she's seeing when children are growing up with that level of stress. Okay. So these are, you know, it really starts to kind of have a domino effect here as you explain it. All right. Some of the factors that can increase the impact of the events that happen is how early in life do they happen? Is there blaming or shaming involved? Is there being silenced or not believed? And again, the perpetrator is a trusted caregiver. So you want to use this slide to reflect, to think back to our definition of event, experience, and effects. And this slide illustrates some possible reasons why traumatic events might have a more lasting impact on someone's life. So this is a slide. We see the asterisk. So are these really problem behaviors, or are they adaptations to trauma? So the amygdala can only do three things: fight, flight, or freeze. And this is activated by danger. So are we seeing symptoms of depression, bipolar, ADHD, or are these adaptations to young people, children, adults who have experienced trauma? So fight, flight, and freeze, they're defined for you there and pretty self-explanatory. So we want to think about behavior like an iceberg. We only see the small portion above the surface, while below the surface are the feelings and emotions driving the behavior. The misbehavior that we often see, it's a child's attempt to solve a whole nother problem of which we're unaware. So in a classroom, we may see a child having that meltdown, but it's really not about the fractions. It's not about the seating chart necessarily, but it could be that they're witnessing violence in the home. When I teach juveniles, I'm going to be teaching a statewide thing here in February on 8 essential elements for a trauma-informed juvenile justice system. And in that training, I talk about some case studies, and one of them is a junior in high school named Carmen. And Carmen is well liked by her school, her family, her friends. She's been in the same small community her whole life. She's gone to the same school district. If you were Carmen's 5th grade teacher, Carmen's 4th grade teacher would say, "Oh, you are really in for a gem. This girl, she does her work, she participates, she's just lovely." Well, about 11th grade now, Carmen, she's not showing that behavior. She's very distracted. She's coming into the school year. She starts coming in late. She's not turning in her work. And so her teacher realizes that something's off here with Carmen. So she asked Carmen to go to the guidance counselor. And in the guidance counselor session, Carmen begins to tell the counselor that her mom has a new boyfriend when this school year started, and that the boyfriend, he thinks Carmen is pretty cute too. And so ever so often, the boyfriend will come to school and he'll check Carmen out, and he'll take her down the road, and in his car, he'll violate Carmen. Well, the first time that happened, of course, Carmen was terrified. And she went home and she told her mother immediately what happened. And she said, "Mom, he hurt me." And this was how the mother responded. She said, "Honey, he's not going anywhere. He pays our rent." Now Carmen understands that she has no protection from this boyfriend because the mom feels he's needed to support their life and whatever he adds to her. So now can you see, while the iceberg in Carmen's life, that she's distracted, she's coming in late, she's not turning in her work. Can you see it has nothing to do with the fact that Carmen all of a sudden now has got this willful behavior? She's just, not being cooperative. No, she's got a whole lot more on her plate. And every day she has no idea if this gentleman is going to come to the school. And so behavior is like an iceberg. Behavior is communication. So are these symptoms or adaptations? So we really want to be convincing when we're talking about behaviors and challenging behaviors of our clients, our students, or patients, that these might be indicators of adaptation to trauma instead of just seeing it as willful behaviors. Think about if a doctor for 40 years misdiagnosed symptoms. Wow. Either A, the doctor did the best they could and didn't have the information, or we need a new doctor. But see, teachers have not had the professional kind of training that a lot of you now are going to help them to make up for that. I'm now working with a cohort of universities and colleges across the nation that are working to begin to put it in coursework. We actually at East Tennessee State have our first minor in trauma and resilience. I'm working, matter of fact, the doctor I was working with this morning, I'm working with faculty to create a 30-hour professional certification so that teachers or judges or sheriffs or whoever can take this course and understand the basics of trauma and resilience. But more and more, we're going to begin to see it in our classes over time, where professionals will learn this in professional education. But so our teachers have been sort of misdiagnosing willful behavior just because they've not been taught to understand trauma behavior. And that's what you're going to go out in your community and begin to help build that knowledge base. So what does trauma look like? Well, I have variations of this slides for homeless services in a medical setting, but this, in the 3-hour training that you're going to teach, I put this one in. So we got a little child that's all alone on the playground. You know, at face value, we might think, wonder why that child's so shy, why they don't join in. Well, if you are bullied when you're in a group, if you're made fun of, maybe if you are touched inappropriately, then this child sees the other children or a crowd as danger. And so it makes sense for them to stay alone. Or we see the little child at the bottom that's just like a little landmine. And I like to say it like this when I'm training teachers. I say this: have you been to a family picnic maybe in the summer and you go through the line to get your fried chicken and your, whatever, your deviled eggs, whatever's at the picnic. And then you go to get your drink and you got a whole bunch of cooler full of sodas, okay? Well, you look in there and there's 40 sodas, Mountain Dew, Pepsi, Sprite, Coke, whatever. You reach in, you pull out a Coke and you go to sit down and you pop the lid on your Coke and whoa, goodness, the organizer of the family reunion forgot to tell you that they dropped the cooler down the stairs and all those drinks took a tumble. And so when you pop that lid, what happens? Oh, out it comes, okay? But it just looked like a can of Coke when you pulled it out of that. Well, you know what? Some of the kids in our class, they've been shaken. Some of the people you and I work with, they've been shaken. And when we pop the lid, that shaking is going to come out. So we see here a little girl that's angry, or we see a little boy disconnected. That's like Carmen that I told you about, or the little girl, the hypervigilant that has his little scary eyes, even though we know that it's safe in the classroom, but yet she's coming from a dangerous background, scary music in her background. And so we have to help her to see that our environment is a safe one. So identifying trauma. So this one tells you basically how to describe those 4 photos. You want to ask learners maybe if they can identify where they've seen behaviors like some of this. But again, we really want our learners to leave understanding behavior is communication, and that behaviors are not always willful. That to a trauma survivor, sometimes it's like a GPS and it's stuck on a destination we don't want to go to, but it's stuck on there because of things that have happened traumatic. Oh, okay. Well, sure enough, here's my healthcare one. So in healthcare, what does trauma look like? We see could be depression. Sometimes we have to talk about hard places, okay, hard diagnosis, or maybe disconnect or aggression, where we have a family member with COVID and they've been in a ventilator. A lady in our church shared a story a few weeks ago. She was 17 days on a ventilator. She coded for 7 minutes. And she's got a pretty powerful story. She's come out completely recovered, and it's a pretty inspirational story. But it was exhausting for her family navigating that. And so sometimes we're going to see disconnect and aggression, or we see secondary trauma of those that are professionals that are navigating these hard places, witnessing human suffering in the lives of others. Okay, here's a good slide that just shows why we need our professionals to understand the behaviors of trauma. Okay, so the National Child Traumatic Stress Network has this great slide that really compares trauma, and it shows these trauma behaviors in the purple or the light blue there. And then it shows the behaviors of ADHD from the DSM. And then we see how much these two overlap. So when I'm training mental health professionals, I'll say, you know what, maybe we need to just pump the brakes on sometimes giving a 5-year-old a medical diagnosis of ADHD unless we've ruled out that it could be behaviors that are mimicking ADHD because of a child experiencing trauma. So when a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old is diagnosed with ADHD, you know, that could be another layer of trauma, that now I've got mental health or a mental health need or a deficit of some kind. So these are reasons why our professionals need to understand trauma behaviors. Now, as Cherry alluded to earlier, this is a really a great little activity you can do using the whole brain illustration with your hand. So if you take your hand, and usually I'll have everybody to, if they're in person, stand up, or if it's virtual, just ask them to put their hand up and wiggle their top 4 fingers, which that's your upstairs brain. And then your thumb is your downstairs brain. And so while we're listening to this training, the way that our brain looks is that our amygdala is all tucked in and our cortex is wrapped around it, observing, listening, writing notes, wondering what can we get for lunch in 30 minutes? I mean, when we have our lunch break, what can we have for lunch and digest it and all in 30 minutes on our break? Something like that, okay? But if while we're in the middle of the training, we hear, you know, crash outside, or, you know, maybe an explosion, or maybe a scream of a family member, and I live kind of in seclusion, a little out in the woods. We don't occasionally see a bear, not much, but we do see a lot of deer, a lot of turkey, foxes, that kind of thing. But if my husband was to holler, there's a fox in the house, you know, or something like that. Well, literature says this is shutting down. This is flipping your lid. So your cortex shuts down, your amygdala goes to work. Now, when kids have the cortex shutting down all the time, this book goes on to say it's almost as if the kids do not have a set of stairs in their brain to go from upstairs to downstairs. Okay, so back to Topper Academy. So when I began to train all the teachers about this, if you would go in the principal's office, if a child got in a fight or used some swear words, which still would happen after becoming a trauma-informed school, but not nearly as often as it used to, then the student had to go to the principal's office, because trauma-informed care does not mean there's not accountability. What it means is we're just going to do accountability. It's going to look a little different, okay? So a student that maybe got in a fight has to go to the principal's office. As soon as they walk in, Miss RB, she would have them take a seat. She would turn around to the dry erase board behind her desk. She would take a marker and she would begin to draw a little house, a stick house. And she would say, Joey, are you upstairs or are you downstairs in your brain? And he would say, Miss RB, I went downstairs. You know, last night I had a visit with my biological dad. I'm in foster care, and I had a visit with my dad, and ever since my dad left, I'm mad. I'm mad. Why can't I live with him? Why is he doing drugs? Why is he picking that over me? Why, you know? And so basically the child is understanding why he's having these big emotions, and generally would go on and say, Miss RB, I've been staying in my upstairs brain all week. And she would say, yep, Joey, I know, I see that. You know, and so what do we start to see in these environments is we see less infractions. I could show you a video right now of people in California in a health clinic, and they say sometimes we would have people come in and be belligerent and be hard to work with as we did the intakes to bring them into our program. And now that happens less and less because we as staff understand upstairs brain and downstairs brain. All right. And all that through the use of a simple hand gesture. And right here, this explains everything I just told you about flipping your lid and all your talking points about the hand. All right, now that brings us to this next module, which I would like to cover it before we go to lunch. So let's go. Let's get cracking. All right. That's what we say in Tennessee. Again, I know it's not funny. My grown children tell me that all the time. Okay, so we're going to cover building resilience. We're going to give you a couple of case studies. We're going to talk about the positive childhood experiences study. We're going to talk about how to promote protective factors, and then what are some elements of trauma-informed communities. All right, so this slide also, you'll notice from the little diagram at the bottom, it comes from the Tennessee Building Strong Brain curriculum. I love this illustration. All right, so basically, when we learn about fostering resilience, we see that in all of our brains, metaphorically, we have a fulcrum, okay? So all of us in our brain, we have this little fulcrum, okay? And so if you have a positive life view of things, then that is, you have a positive life view. It's because as a child, you had more positive experiences in your life. Our oldest son, he's 34, and he and his wife are in Middle Tennessee. He's finishing up an engineering degree. He was 10 years a commercial electrician. And he then decided later in life to go back and get this engineering degree. And anyway, yesterday we were talking on the phone, and anyway, he was having some challenges, and it's been no fun navigating some of these hard math classes during COVID-19. Thankfully, a lot of his faculty, they're back in person and all, but he was just telling me about a couple challenges. He said, Mom, he said, I feel like being your son. I was raised in an optimist boot camp. It made me laugh out loud. Well, you know what? I guess even when it was devastating hurricanes, somehow my parents provided that safety and that, security that I seem to maybe have had a lot of positive experiences in life. And so my fulcrum is shifted to a positive life view that my son was telling me came over, into my parenting. But when we've experienced a lot of negative in our life, when I first began to see this very graphically, for 5 years in 2007 and 2012, I worked as a volunteer for 2 counties locally as a court liaison for the juvenile court. I did classes for the kids. So say if a kid came through with shoplifting or in order to try to have a more restorative justice approach, instead of a child having some kind of a permanent something on their record or whatever, they developed a series of educational classes, and I helped to facilitate them. And I remember when I started doing these classes, and I didn't know about trauma-informed care then, but I'll never forget how negative these 14, 13, 14, 15-year-olds all felt that maybe by the age of 20, they'd be dead. And it wouldn't be suicide, that they were so negative that they felt they had no hope and no future and no goals. Well, why was that? Well, that's because the fulcrum had been positioned to see a negative life view. But here's the beauty of trauma-informed approach. We can move the fulcrum. And that's exactly what happened at Topper Academy. When I trained a juvenile court here locally, the judge, Judge Sharon Green, she told me, she said, Becky, we're seeing something we've never seen before. And the students that go to Topper Academy that are on our caseload in the court, they don't want school to end for the summer, because now they're saying school is a place of hope and inspiration and encouragement. Well, how did it get that way? Because those teachers started using a trauma-informed approach, started teaching about upstairs, downstairs brain, instead of always having an in-school suspension or an expulsion, and creating that incentive block with the weight room and the guitar lessons. And where school began, teachers started understanding that some of the kids had no support system out. So they changed the life view. That fulcrum was moved through a trauma-informed approach. And so basically this slide is all your talking points about how to describe the fulcrum and the value of that in using a trauma-informed approach. Now, the next thing we're going to do is watch 2 case study videos, okay? Now, remember at the beginning of the training when I said, and Erica even mentioned, that being a good trauma trainer, you always want to remember, do no harm, okay? One time I was training a big group of hospital workers, and I forgot to say that. And I showed a video, and a young woman was triggered, and I ended up talking to her and her manager, and she took a day or 2 off of family leave. And you know what? I stopped showing that particular video in certain settings, but I really go back to the fact that I just showed the video and really didn't put a speed bump out there to let my audience know that, you know, some of the content here could be sensitive. So I always like to do that with these next 2 videos. Okay. So the next 2 videos, they're both about 5 minutes each. They're true stories, and they're going to be told by Chad in one video and Josh in the second. All right. Now, what we want our learners to get from these 2 case study videos, and they'll quickly get it. And I'm going to ask you to do it in the chat. Okay. And Julie will help moderate the chat. As I show each video, I want you to tell me in the chat who is their support system. Okay. So first we're going to do Chad. So you want to always preface the videos, these 2 videos, by saying it could be some sensitive contact. You know, feel free to, you know, have a drink, or if they're doing it online or whatever, they could pause it a minute, but just let them know both those stories come out in a happy place. But they are going to talk about some tough places in their life. All right. So now we're going to watch Chad. And as we watch Chad, go to the chat box when you see who identifies to be support for Chad. Okay. And I also want you to hear how much in Chad's own words it means to him to have this individual.
It's just hard with I mean, I was just a kid. I mean, because here everybody knew our business, knew what was happening to us, and it was brutal. Oh my God, there's a school. If you go right up here, there's a turn, and you can. You're situated.
It's a tough thing back here.
Yeah. This is crazy. There were some good times, though. Like, we'd have a good 30 minutes or so before we heard the sliding glass door open. And one day he came in and he actually had pizza, like supreme pizza. And another day, everything, it was fine. And another day he came in, for no reason, he just smashed my mom's head against that cabinet there. Just thinking of, just to the left of where they're playing, it's where my brother and I would play. My dad, he would come home and we had to be really good at sports and stuff, so. There's one time where we were sitting, I knew it was coming. I knew my brother, Bobby, I knew that he would be the one to bear the brunt of it. And so I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Chad reminds me of a lot of the kids that have come through here. Angry, very angry. And you could tell he just didn't want to connect with anybody. And you could tell he was hiding something. He always came in with a nervous stomach. My stomach hurts, my stomach hurts. And he finally came clean and told me his father had major anger issues. He said, you know, I need to talk to somebody. And I instantly thought of Coach Morrow.
Chad wasn't a football player per se. He was just a kid that had energy that needed to do something. He needed to be a part of something because I don't think he had anyone as a role model or someone showing him what to do.
On the whistle, Coach Morrow was the only person I really trusted in this town. He was always there.
Yeah. There was times I would give him a ride home. We would talk, sometimes we wouldn't talk. But it was interesting to have a discussion with someone, a young man who had no one to talk to.
He was the only one there for my graduation. Even my family wasn't there.
You're doing good. You're okay.
I just remember when you were walking across, I just remember looking up. He had this big old just ear to ear grin.
It takes a village to raise a child. And it doesn't matter what nationality, what race, we're all from the human race. And if you interact with someone, it shows them that you care.
Good memories, you know? Yeah. You gotta hold on to those.
It's love thy neighbor. It's what we should do.
When's the last time you saw him?
About 8 years ago. And actually right over here is Lucille's barbecue. The best barbecue you'll ever have in your life. And Coach Morrow actually took me there, like after high school graduation. But take this right. It's gonna be your first right over there. Just pull in, not this one, but. I freaking knew it. I freaking knew it. I did too. I knew something was up.
No,
I knew something with that. I knew it. I knew y'all were doing something.
No, you didn't. There he is.
Yeah. I heard you were in town. I knew you couldn't pass up some Lucille's, man. Oh, good to see you. I'm so proud of you. You've done well. You've done well.
Okay, Julie, what did we hear in the chat?
So it's me, Becky, Erica. So we have coach, teacher, coach, his teacher and coach, Coach Morrow, coach. And
Yep.
then we have a comment from Maggie. It's hard not to have empathy. What a beautiful reunion.
Oh, okay. We'll say that last again.
From Maggie, we have a comment that says, it is hard not to have empathy. What a beautiful reunion.
Oh, yes, I feel the same. You know, I've shared that video hundreds of times. I would love to meet I would love to meet Chad. And now you're going to feel the same about precious Josh. So see, you get it there. And can you imagine? I mean, to me, Chad is navigating the unthinkable, and look at how resilient he is with the coach. And the coach said he didn't really play football. The coach just kind of befriended him, sometimes gave him a ride, went to his high school graduation. Chad said, nobody came of my family, and how much it meant to him. And you could see at the end how genuinely happy he was that they had arranged kind of a little reunion. Okay. Now I'm gonna give you another question. Okay. Go to the chat. Now, remember the little girl with the pink blouse? What kind of stress is Chad living in? Positive, tolerable, or toxic? What kind of stress is Chad living in? I have to move my little camera to see the chat. Erica, read out when you get a few answering. What kind of stress?
Toxic, tolerable because he has some adult support. So toxic, tolerable.
Yep, Well, toxic. You got it. You guys are rock stars in California today. Very good. Okay, now we're going to watch Josh. Josh's story is completely different, and you're going to see, so is his support system. And then at the end, I want you to put in who's his support system and what kind of stress is Josh faced with. Is it positive? Is it tolerable? Or is it toxic? Okay. And remember the definitions and examples I gave of what the boulders were and what the boulders were labeled. Okay. So here's another one, a case study of resilience, again, in Josh's words.
From what I understand, his father passed away, and he would have pictures of him in his locker. Some students thought it would be a good idea to rip down those pictures and harass him and bully him for missing and loving his father.
Going through what I went through, you kind of keep to yourself. You don't know who you are or anything. You're just walking through the space, empty space. It's kind of like a puzzle. You're trying to find your way to the good things in life.
No one wants to be bullied. Everyone wants to feel like they mean something to somebody.
It's definitely a hard 4 years of your life, you know?
Even like a few words can affect someone so negatively.
I'd sit in the cafeteria alone. I wouldn't talk to anyone. Even if people invited me to sit with them, I didn't feel this was my place to be, you know?
Coming to a city school, a lot of people said, you're just gonna make it worse. I didn't know what else to do for them. So yeah, we just took the jump. I was pretty scared, you know. I kind of thought the city experience, maybe a bigger high school rather than a small town high school, it just might be better.
I hope that attending the school, I would be treated like everyone else. Yeah, I just wanted to make it and just be a normal kid. I was sick and tired of being a no one. I wanted to be someone and I wanted to reach out to people and show who I was.
I just remember at first they called him the doorman. They thought he was weird.
It was definitely kind of weird. It took a while for people to adjust. But once people realized that he was continuing with it, it almost became something to look forward to in the morning. Like, you walk up the stairs and you know that Josh Yant's gonna be standing there with a big smile on his face saying good morning.
No problem.
The first few weeks when I started doing it, they were kind of shocked.
Good, you? Thank you.
Not many people hold doors, right? But after that, people started to open up to me. Opening a door is more than a physical act. It's about putting yourself out there, getting to know people, making them feel comfortable, making them feel welcome.
Thank you.
No problem.
Opening doors, it gives people hope that people care.
I think that was his way of saying I'm here and I'm not going to be invisible anymore.
He had literally, just by holding doors and saying good morning, he had turned, like, he'd made a drastic change in his life.
It was definitely a positive effect. Like, it made people want to do nice things for other people. Like, he set a good example for other students.
Everything changed huge. I mean, everyone said it, all the teachers, the students felt it, they talked about it, you know, that he changed things in the school. And he was a changed Josh.
We were honored to have Josh, we were privileged. Any school would have benefited.
I think Prom King was a way to say thank you from the students and the staff. So when he won, it was like his moment to shine.
When we heard Josh Yant's name pulled out, it was like pretty much everyone should have just ran up there and been Prom King because it felt like everybody won.
Yeah, he's standing tall and straight. He's got the big grin on his face and got the crown.
I never expected to get an award or anything like that. I was just happy enough to make it through.
Just 1 year and things are totally turned around, totally. And it would have been fine if the story stopped there. They could have, and it would have been okay. And he still would have been the same person.
All right, guys, so now is the moment. Let's all line up at the side of the room. Once we're all lined up quietly, we will head down to the gym.
I would have never thought he would be a public speaker because he had been so shy, but he took to public speaking like a duck to water.
He draws them in, and it's this aura, it's this personality that he exudes. He's been there, and so they relate to him in that respect.
When I'd heard your story, it kind of made me feel like I could be more like myself.
It changed the way I thought about things. It changed the way, like, how I felt about myself.
I personally think that you shouldn't let, like, what's going on around you affect your personality or the way you act.
I think he shows them just be courageous. You know, don't let the bullies get you down. Just, you know, fight back in your own way, maybe with a little kindness.
It's amazing how just one simple act can change your whole life. I never thought doing something so simple could be so rewarding.
Oh my goodness. I love Josh too. What a great story. All right. Did somebody, Erica, want to help me out? So I'm looking for who was Josh's support system and what kind of stress, positive, tolerable, or toxic, did Josh encounter?
We have positive. His aunt.
Okay, just only one person?
So far, yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, himself and his peers. Tolerable. Tolerable in internal.
Yep.
Tolerable and his peers were his support.
Okay. All right. Tolerable and his mother. His mother was his support system. And, you know, oh man, I wish I could spend a half hour on these videos, because look at in the school where Josh is bullied. Okay. And I guess it's hard to understand why kids would take pictures of his father, who's now died, off his locker and tear them up. That, I don't know, that's just unthinkable. But nonetheless, it happened. So his mom thought, you know, maybe we'll move to another city, move to a bigger school. But did you notice before they did how Josh sat all alone in the lunchroom? And then did you notice when he went to the new school, after he's now opening some doors and things like that, he said, I didn't want to be a nobody. I didn't want to be unnoticed and everything. So see, if we don't understand trauma behaviors, we just see Josh as an unfriendly kid. Why is he not with anybody? But see, in that one high school now, he's felt totally dejected because of this bullying. But now when he goes in the other one, he's the life of the party. He changes the whole atmosphere at the school through something as simple as opening doors. Okay. So these are two great true case studies. And then these slides talk about what to talk about with Chad, what to talk about with Josh. Okay. All right. So that brings us up to our discussion about the positive childhood experiences study. Now I have in this slide deck a link that I think it's maybe 15-page article that is from the original publication from Dr. Bethel on the Johns Hopkins study. And so I want you to read about it, because again, you're going to need to explain it, and it'd be good for you to understand the context of how it occurred. And you can find a great article right there. Okay. So in a 5,000 foot view, basically it's research published in 2019 by Johns Hopkins University that validated that positive childhood experiences can improve outcomes from the detrimental later life effects that adverse childhood ones can result in. So when we see disconnection is what brings about the outcomes with trauma happening through lack of support, lack of nurturing caregivers. Now we found connection is a cure. So ACEs may be fact, but they don't have to be fate. And then in this report on positive childhood experiences, last year I was a keynote in a conference in Indiana and in Asheville, North Carolina. And in the one in both of those, Dr. Christina Bethel that did this, she was a keynote right after me, or actually she was a keynote in front talking about resilience and positive. And then I talk about how to build a resilient community. And so that was pretty cool. And so we see that this can be illustrated by raising up communities that bring about nurturing support. So in her research, her and her team, they compared adults who reported a high number of positive childhood experiences to those who reported low or no positive experiences. Now look at this. Look how significant. The ones that showed that they had positive experiences, they were 72% lower when they, as adults, if they were experiencing mental health needs, that these were 3 to 5 times more likely to get the help they needed. In other words, as a child, when they experienced trauma, if they had also positive childhood experiences, nurturing adults in their life, these adults were 3.5 times more likely to get the help they needed. And so it's really important that you understand the significance of the positive childhood experiences study. And what they did was they looked at ACEs data from 6,188 adults from the state of Wisconsin. And they identified 7 categories of positive experiences that mattered. And then what was learned is that ACEs may be fact, but they're not fate. Kids that experience positive childhood experiences during childhood can become adults that seek support and get care if they, and then have improved symptoms, even if there is mental health present. And that the relationship between the positive experience and the good mental health, it's dose responsive, just like the ACEs were, that those that had 3 ACEs or 4 ACEs were higher to have attempted suicide, or more likely to have underage tobacco, more underage alcohol use or drug use, that kind of a thing. Well, the same way, the more positive childhood experiences, then they saw that these were adults that ended up having better outcomes and as far as for mental health, and that it was a neutralizer for the things that they'd experienced as a trauma. So last year I was working with city government in Middle Tennessee in a town, and I had all the different stakeholders there, and I was presenting about this, and I had the leadership from the juvenile justice system there, and the woman raised her hand, the director of the court raised her hand, said, wait a minute, said, we want to give our kids treatment. We want to have therapeutic interventions, but you're telling me that if we just give these kids some positive experiences, that can help them. And I said, that's what this science showed us, that if we can have meaningful relationships in their life, that's why one of the Carter County had me train their park and rec. They got a grant. One of the few cities in the nation got a park and rec grant to create a mentoring program of community members that mentor at-risk youth in that town. And before COVID shut things down, I trained all their mentors. And then during COVID, I did some virtual training. And this program has been so successful. It's been written up in some national journals. And we're just business people and people from the faith community, people from the educational community, just come out as community members and spend an hour or 2 a week in some way supporting the youth that they're matched with and giving a positive childhood experience to that young person. So here was the 7 things that study showed were these things that were positive, that mattered. The ability to talk with a family about your feelings, that you felt you had the experience that family was supportive in difficult times. So see, Chad did not experience that through family, but Josh did. And then we see the enjoyment and participation of community traditions, or a feeling of belonging in high school, feeling of being supported by friends, having at least 2 non-parent adults that genuinely cared, and then feeling safe and protected by an adult in the home. And so by learning about PACEs, positive childhood experiences, and ACEs, adverse ones, the science changes what people believe about themselves. You weren't born bad. You know, if we had time today, I could show you a wonderful video. I'll give you homework, okay? You can go to YouTube and put in there, step outside the circle, and you'll see a 6-minute video that was done by Compassion Prison Project in the Los Angeles, a maximum security prison. And they basically had the inmates come into the yard, and in a bullhorn, Fritz Hortzman, the founder of that great program, she reads out the ACEs study. And she said, if you were slapped or kicked or beat as a child, step inside the circle. And you see these men step inside, step inside, step inside, where there's none that are excluded. And then they talk about it in some groups. And I mean, it's just impactful. And one gentleman is crying and he said, this was the best day of my life. Folks, the best day of my life while you're incarcerated? And he said, I found out today I wasn't born bad. You know, this is powerful, powerful information that we're sharing. And then they also see now that you're not responsible sometimes for things that happened to you when you were a child, and that you coped appropriately given that you were offered no other ways and it kept you alive. Maybe it was that eating disorder, maybe it was the underage tobacco, but at the time it was the best you knew to cope. And the good news is that you can change. So the study showed when you promoted the protective factors go up, the risk factors go down. It's just like at Christmas, you know, I've been on this kind of more healthy eating, cutting out sugar. Well, let's just say that went all to pieces over Christmas with my grandchildren, and we had all the stockings here. I did try to buy the parents this year protein bars because I knew a couple, my sons, my daughter-in-laws, they're always kind of, you know, thinking about the weight and all, but I still had lots of candy. And I put on a few pounds over Christmas. You know why? Because the risk factors for sweets went up. I also make these wonderful little oatmeal cookies, and I put lemon frosting in them, and they kind of are like my little signature holiday treat. And my neighbors texting me weeks before, are we going to get our cookies? And this year he's engaged, he's an engineer, and he's engaged to a psychiatrist at the university. And he said, now we get more this year because, you know, our family's growing. And anyway, so the risk factors for sugar went up and my pounds went on. And so the same is true when we have these positive relationships and we're promoting that. And I've learned here in rural Tennessee, rural Appalachia, those positive relationships can look like all kinds of things. All right. We're going to watch this little video from the CDC. Now I want you to notice what are things that he describes.
Hi. This is my neighborhood.
As community protective factors, okay? Not only for his life, but now he's trying to be a promoter of these things in the lives of others, okay?
Grew up in this building. This is a great community now, but it's had its share of problems. When I was a kid, our community had high unemployment, a lack of resources for families, and lots of kids hanging out with no adult supervision. You might have heard about adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. ACEs are traumatic events in childhood, like abuse and neglect, that can increase risk for future problems. But they don't have to. The good news is that ACEs and their consequences can be prevented.
Okay, I wonder. Hold on. It went to a different, it jumped out of my slides. Thank you for saying something.
A lack of resources for families and lots.
I'm going to stop share just a minute here. All right, let's try this again. Here we go.
Hi, this is my neighborhood. I grew up in this building. This is a great community now, but it's had its share of problems. When I was a kid, our community had high unemployment, a lack of resources for families, and lots of kids hanging out with no adult supervision. You might have heard about adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. ACEs are traumatic events in childhood, like abuse and neglect, that can increase risk for future problems. But they don't have to. The good news is that ACEs and their consequences can be prevented. Take me, for example. I was at risk for ACEs, and despite all the things that put me at risk, some pretty incredible people helped make sure that I wouldn't become another statistic. Come on, I'll show you around. That's Jackson. He's a cool kid. His dad left when he was 2, and his mom works 2 jobs. I hang out with him every Thursday night and help him with his homework. Sometimes we grab ice cream. It's fun. Plus, he has another adult role model to learn from and trust. That's Mr. Martino. When I was a kid, he let me help him at the store sometimes after school when my parents were working late. He did that for a bunch of us. My dad actually found his job as a mechanic because of Mr. Martino. This helped our family in so many ways. Not only did my dad have a steady paycheck, which eased his stress about paying rent and buying necessities like food and clothes, but he was also a lot nicer to me, my brother, and my mom once he started working a job that made him feel good about himself. When communities come together, they can do so much to prevent ACEs. Mr. Martino and other local business owners put together a series of career workshops to help people like my dad find work. My mom also got a job with a company that allowed her to work from home and spend more time with me and my brother. Mariana has just gotten out of a class about handling challenges of single parenting. The clinic offers free childcare so Mariana's daughter, Ella, can play while Mariana's in class. The class helps parents like Mariana develop positive parenting skills, not just for babies and toddlers, but for teenagers too. This is another way our community has come together to give families the resources they need, and just one more way to prevent ACEs. This was my school, Riverside Middle, right in the heart of town. These kids are here for a sponsored summer camp. This community-supported program helps families with affordable, quality childcare and helps kids get tutoring and learn life skills. When I was a kid, I spent a lot of time at this school all year long. There was one counselor, Miss Greer, who I remember more than anyone. She was a really good listener. Miss Greer helped me and my brother get involved in after-school activities like baseball and soccer. Our coaches were super nice and were mentors to us. Staying after school for practice kept us and a lot of other kids out of trouble. When schools help take responsibility for preventing ACEs, everybody wins. My life could have gone in a completely different direction. Studies show that ACEs can have long-term negative effects on kids' health and well-being that may last into adulthood and even continue in future generations. But by people and groups taking action, ACEs can be prevented. In fact, there are 5 known strategies that help stop ACEs before they even start. You can implement them in your own community, just like we did. How? By strengthening economic support for families, by changing social norms to support parents in positive parenting, by providing quality care and education early in life, by enhancing parenting skills to promote healthy child development, and by intervening to lessen harms and prevent future risk. So, now you know my story, and you've seen the prevention strategies in my community that helped me beat the odds. I had healthy relationships with my family and friends. I learned how to take care of myself and make good choices. And today, I'm a mentor to other kids who need some extra help so they don't become an ACEs statistic. Safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and environments are essential to prevent child abuse and neglect and to assure that all kids reach their full potential. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Banana split? You got it.
All right, a lot in that video. I don't think we're going to have time before we break for lunch to unpack it, but let's talk for just a minute here about it. So in the video, you heard him telling the story about the support his own family had. Did you notice that when his father was able to get some job skill training and got a job, did you hear him say how that things improved in their home, how his father felt better about himself? You know, we don't look at a lot of these things. This is what one of the things the pediatrician and I were talking about this morning. I'm oversee curriculum development at the Strong Brain Institute at ATSU Ballard Health, and we're working on this 30-hour certification, and she and I are going to do a couple of the chapters together, And she was saying how that as a pediatrician, years ago, she never would have thought of all of this as medicine, nurturing caregivers, that she would have never thought about job skill training, housing, food, addressing food scarcity. But now, because of the ACEs study, we get it. We understand that those things need to be addressed for kids. And so in the video there, it talked about the protective factors for families is concrete support in a time of need. You may have dozens of friends, but who's the one or two friend or neighbor or family member that you're going to contact when maybe you have a hospitalization, or you have a real need in your family, and maybe a loss of job, or who's the one or two people that you're going to reach out to for support? That's concrete support. Okay. What about the importance of building social connections, parenting skills? Many of the people who have children often weren't parented themselves. And so now here in Johnson City, we see some wonderful programs like Mom Power, that they're doing parenting classes in some untraditional places up in the children's hospital, in the NICU, where parents are staying, sometimes coming back for weeks at a time because of a baby born prematurely because of the parents' addiction. So we're seeing parenting skills, and then focusing on personal resilience, the ability to help children develop social emotional competence, and the ability to foster nurturing attachment. And then we see, as the video explained, community protective factors. Do we have safe neighborhoods? If you're living in a neighborhood where there's gang shootings or gunfire, we hear terrible stories of oftentimes a child killed by a stray bullet. Here in Knoxville, Tennessee, about 2 hours from me, a young man was 15, a real football standout. It brought the chief of police to tears, describing the incident that had happened, that this young man stepped in the way of a bullet to save some other young children that were in the group when a shooting went down. And so if you're not growing up in a safe neighborhood or safe schools, if you don't have stable and secure housing, access to nutritious food, access to employment, and then here's where we could think about extreme poverty or historical racism. If our families are not having access to these services, medical care, a group in Georgia I've been working with, and it's astounding the rate of postpartum medical emergencies for women of color. Just because sometimes their medical providers are not taking them seriously after their child is born, compared to women, Caucasian women. And so these are things we want to make sure we're shoring up, in our communities: access to the medical care, transportation, access to safe, high quality, affordable childcare, and inclusion and equity related to race, ethnicity, and disability. All right, so these slides talk all about breaking down that little video about the things that are so important. And in the last statement there on this slide, you want to think about where Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris in her TED Talk, which I recommend if you've not seen it. She has a red dress on, and she talks about, as a pediatrician in San Francisco, before, of course, she became the state surgeon general, how that she realized that I could help if I was dealing with my children, the patients, if it was thinking of like dealing with lead poisoning, that I could take good care of them, give them the best medicine, give them the best treatment, or I could go to the house and find the source of the lead. And that's exactly what these protective factors are doing. All right, I'm going to stop on this slide because there's a lot to unpack there, and I don't want to just do it quick because we are at our time for lunch. So I'm going to turn off my camera, mute my microphone, and I'm going to set my timer on 30 minutes. And you go stretch, go outside, walk the dog, get some lunch. We'll see you back 30 minutes. Nice. A nice restful lunch break. I went and ate a bite looking out the window, and all the snow that was there this morning has just about melted off, which totally happens here in Tennessee. We had about 3-4 inches maybe. So It's all melting and warming up a bit. All right. Actually, I love talking about community and organizational resilience. And so I wanted to kind of just take a few minutes to describe what this slide talks about so that then, of course, you can convey it. And this is something I certainly didn't know when I began to do trauma-informed community work. But, you know, Bruce Perry, who's kind of at the top of the ladder in this topic, I heard him say on a podcast recently that more kids, more students, more young people, you know, receive healing and help from traumas they've experienced in connection with working with coaches than in actual clinical settings. Not that Bruce was undermining the importance of clinical settings, but until champions like you are out in the community beginning to raise awareness about adverse childhood experiences, about positive childhood experiences, and the things we're talking about today, it was largely unrecognized the value of community resilience. So what this slide is, where ACEs, we have a pyramid, excuse me, talking about the adverse childhood experiences in life, and then they lead to other layers. So when I created this slide, I did it really intentionally of kind of making it in the shape of an upside down pyramid to illustrate how that when we talk about what percentage of resiliency, what percentage of healing to trauma survivors happens in our community, it happens most often through these building connections in the community, these supportive relationships. And then we're going to talk about what is the mentoring, case management, mid-level. A lot of healing comes through there. And then we see a smaller amount that comes through the clinical. And not to take away from the importance of the clinical, but, you know, I work with a lot of teachers teaching this content and campus, higher ed campuses. And matter of fact, next week I have a call from an Ohio college that wants to talk about helping to become a trauma-informed campus. And heretofore, a lot of times we just were concerned at knowing kids were experiencing trauma and we didn't have enough resources for behavioral health. But now we understand that there's a lot of healing that occurs. So let's talk about the upper layer. This is where we have trauma-informed approach is the norm. And a lot of the groups that you're going to go out and take this training to, that's what you're going to do. You're going to begin to help where the secretary, instead of maybe scolding people, you know, for missed appointments, you know, they're going to have greater empathy and greater compassion, and environments are going to begin to look more hospitable and welcoming. And we're going to talk about that here at the end, before the end of the day. But what we wanted to see is that a lot of healing begins to happen when trauma-informed is the norm at every level of service, from providing program information, scheduling appointments, to the actual delivery of the services. All efforts are made to deliver these in a way that's non-shaming, non-blaming, and not re-traumatizing our consumers. And I think one of my favorite things, if I ever was to do a TED Talk, is probably going to be something about it's the little things, because I love to hear stories of empathetic encounters where people, it mattered. It may seem small, but it really mattered a lot. And one of my favorite ones that I share in this illustration is from a bus driver in Utah, and she was on the CBS Nightly News before COVID in 2019. And she was describing how much she enjoyed her work as a bus driver, and that particular school year, she had really hit it off with a little girl who's about 11 years old, and that every day she warmly greeted the little girl as she got on the bus, and they would sometimes chat a minute, and then she would send her off with a goodbye, have a nice day. And then several months into the school year, one of the days on a Monday, she noticed that at the stop, the little girl didn't get on the bus. The other thing about this little girl that kind of, she said, stuck out in her mind was that the little girl always had her hair braided in a meticulous fashion. All right, so several months into the school year, one day on a Monday, the bus driver pulls up to the little girl's stop, and she's not there. So the bus driver, you know, is sorry to see she's missing and closes the door, goes on. The next day, the same stop, the little girl's not there. The third day, not there. Fourth day, fifth day, now a whole week, the little girl was not on the bus. So on Monday, when the bus driver pulled up to her stop, she was so relieved to see the little girl standing out there waiting to get on the bus. And when she got on the bus, she greeted her warmly. "Oh, I missed you last week." And she said she noted to herself that the little girl's hair was not braided, but she made such a fuss over her and said it was so good to see her and all, as the little girl climbed on and got a seat. The next day, the little girl was there, but no braids. The third day, no braids. By Thursday, the little girl was on the bus and the driver was just writing it up to the fact maybe the family overslept, but it was unusual because so far through the whole school year, every single day, but now this week, the little girl always had her hair braided. So finally on Thursday, when the little girl got on the bus and didn't have her hair braided, the bus driver said to her, "I'm so glad you're back this week, but I sure miss your braids." And the little girl looked up. She, was looking down a bit sad and looked up, and her eyes caught the eyes of the bus driver. And she said, "Last week, my mommy died and my daddy doesn't know how to braid hair." Well, when the bus driver heard that, oh my, she choked up and said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't have any idea that's why you weren't here last week. And I'm so sorry to hear about the loss of your mother." And she told the little girl, she said, "You know what I want to do is every day now, when you get ready to get off the bus to go to school, I'll braid your hair. How's that sound?" Oh, and the little girl kind of worked up a smile. So when the bus driver let the little girl off and the students off that day, she went right to Walmart, got a clean bag of bows and a nice clean hairbrush. And sure enough, she made good on her promise. And do you know why this made the CBS nightly news? Because the next day when the little girl came back and her hair was braided, the teacher said of the first week that she was back since losing her mother, and the teacher knew what happened, she said it was the first time the little girl looked at other people in the eye and kind of gave a smile. And then by the next week, coming in with her hair braided again, that the little girl began to talk a little bit. And the teacher noticed that such a marked difference in the little girl beginning to process this terrible, unthinkable tragedy of losing her mother, all because the bus driver helped her restore some confidence to her because of braiding her hair. That the school teacher told the principal, who told the superintendent of schools, and it first made the local news, and then it made the nightly news. So as we are finishing up this Train the Trainer today, you know what? Before we end, I don't know if deputizing it, that definitely dates me, but maybe I'm handing you the baton, but I'm challenging you to wake up. Who's your bus drivers? Who are the people in your town? Maybe like our park and rec or the librarians, the people that are going to be this high level of healing of things that occur that are just through the smallest amounts of kindness. There's a guy, Steve Pemberton, you can Google him. He's a Fortune 500 guy, and he was 11 years in foster care, and it was not a good experience. And in his best-selling book, and I think a movie was made about it, Steve talks about how that he loved to read as a kid, but that the family that he lived with as a foster kid, that there was some abuse going on, and he said he would love to sit out on the porch and read, but the problem was he only had one book in the house that he had at his disposal to read. And it ended up that in a few weeks after sitting on the porch and reading this one book, that it started to appear a box of used books would be on the porch and no one knew who put them there. And it came over time, and he was so delighted now to see more books out there. And as he began to read them, in time, a neighbor identified theirself, and they said, "We saw you sitting out here reading, and we notice every time we walk by, you're always reading the same book. So we thought maybe you needed some more books." And this family that reached out with these used books from next door were a part of Steve's story in navigating resiliently being in a difficult foster care situation. So when we look at this large part of the pyramid upside down, we see that by creating trauma-informed approach, trauma-informed organizations, that we're going to see Mimi Graham, Dr. Mimi Graham, a child development specialist and champion nationally for trauma-informed care. She's blazing the trails for states like Florida to roll out safe baby courts. Tennessee, we're following right behind Florida. I think we have 12, they have 29. She's a dear friend of mine, and she told me, she said, Becky, I think if we create these environments, about 80% of the childhood trauma can be mitigated through these trauma-informed environments. All right. Then we have our next level. The next level, have you tried to file an insurance claim lately, or maybe to work through getting, see if your insurance covers for, maybe you have a child getting ready to get orthodontics, braces and all. These processes are very cumbersome. And, sometimes we just need a little warm hand holding. Sometimes we just need somebody to help us navigate some of these processes and resources that are in our community. And I could talk an hour about this, and working with local public schools to become trauma informed. You know what? Some of them got money to get a social work position. When I worked in healthcare, we actually wrote a large SAMHSA grant, and our hopes is to be able to put in a school system 2 of these positions. So as a social work casework position, there's a nonprofit called Community in Schools. You may have heard them. It's a national resource. And basically what they do is put a social worker in a school. And then when they realize that there are families that are at risk for losing their housing, that they are unemployed, or maybe that they draw disability, and the social worker basically just gets to know how to better support the family. This is also accomplished with things like family resource centers, where in schools we could maybe get some clothing or some food boxes or hygiene products, and then it's all done without blaming or shaming. When I worked in healthcare, we had 2 pilot programs going on in 2 of the large flagship hospitals, where they would watch for the people that were frequently in the ER, and they would attach a social worker to them. And in one of the days when I interviewed the social worker at one of the hospitals, she told me that they had identified a man with stage 4 cancer who was living under a bridge. And when he wasn't under the bridge, he was in the ER. He was there that often, that many days. And so by getting to know him and his story, she found out that he was a veteran. He had a disability check, and yet he had fallen prey to predatory lending. And so by getting to know him, she was able to help him get on a budget to begin to satisfy the debts of this predatory lending. She was able to help him qualify and fill out the applications for some sort of a constant care living, and she got him into it. And the day she sat in my office and described to me this man and her friendship that had developed over 6 months, she told me with tears that he was near the end of his life, but she felt extremely satisfied and in such a position of privilege that she had helped him to be able to move to a place where he was now dying with dignity, instead of just visiting the ER every few days or living under a bridge. Folks, that is compassion, and healing is happening in that level as well. Then we see our clinical interventions. So as we begin our work to build resilient organizations and resilient communities, one of the strong messages you're taking to organizations and to your community is there are a lot of ways that we can facilitate healing for trauma survivors. All right, so this slide kind of breaks down going through the different layers as I just described it, and just gives you an additional information for some talking points, okay? So then we want to wrap this module up by thinking about charging stations. When Tennessee partnered with the Frameworks Institute to create our Building Strong Brains curriculum, they came up with this brilliant metaphor. Everybody gets it. I train around the world, people in Lithuania to the UK to Tasmania. They all get it, and that is charging stations. So when we go to bed at night, we all got a smartphone or a tablet or something that needs to be charged. Well, now we need to think about when our workmates come into work, or when our teachers are coming into school, or students are coming into school. that many times because of trauma and stress, people are coming in with their batteries, they're drained out. And so what is it we're offering in our programming that are those tiny little charging stations? Maybe is it in a school like Smith County schools where the seniors learned about ACEs and they realized that some of their classmates were wearing smelly, dirty clothes to school, never having to seem a real change of clothes. But you know what this group of students did? Instead of their bullying going on, they asked the principal for a washer and a dryer, which they bought for Chilhowie High. The students went out on their own to the faith community, to the civic clubs, and they raised gently used clothing and brought them in and made a clothes closet. And then they got donations of shampoo and soap and toothbrushes and toothpaste. And they created a program. It made me cry the first time when I heard about it, called Suds for Buds. So now a high school in Marion, Virginia is doing Suds for Buds to be able to help support their classmates that are not getting their laundry done at home or not having a change of clothing at home. So instead of bullying, what has happened? We've created kindness and empathy. And so how are we encouraging organizations to create these human charging stations? So healing begins as the positive childhood experiences study showed us that these proactive promotion of positive experiences may reduce risk for adult depression, poor mental health, and promote adult relational health. All right, that brings us to our third module, which we are going to talk about understanding the actual ACEs study, the prevalence of trauma, and then we're going to watch about a 25-minute clip from another survivor story called Healing Need. Excuse me. So just to give a little bit of background about the ACEs study, it was conducted in the late 90s at one of the largest human subject safety research ever done, and it was in California in Kaiser Permanente, and Dr. Anda was with the CDC, and it was conducted from the 95 to 97. Over 17,000 adults were surveyed, and this first little video, the ACEs primer, it was created by the same people that did Paper Tigers and Resilience, and it's an excellent resource, and in about 5 minutes, it'll explain the ACEs study. So we're going to watch that video.
What does your parents' divorce have to do with your risk for heart disease? If your mother had a drinking problem when you were growing up, are you more likely to suffer from depression as an adult? Here's what you should know about ACEs. ACEs stand for Adverse Childhood Experiences, extremely stressful events that can happen to a child growing up. Some experiences are so stressful that they can alter brain development, as well as the immune system, increasing the risk of lifelong health and social problems in adulthood. The term comes from the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, landmark research that shed new light on the root cause of everything from stroke and liver disease to substance abuse and mental illness. In the late 1990s, an epidemiologist from the Centers for Disease Control and a preventive medicine doctor at Kaiser Permanente set out to understand the association between childhood experience and lifelong health. They asked over 17,000 people in the Kaiser Health Plan in San Diego about their health history, as well as difficult questions about their experiences growing up. Anda and Felitti tallied up 10 different kinds of adversity in this largely middle-class and college-educated population. They were stunned to see how common ACEs were. 21% of all respondents were sexually abused as children. 19% grew up with someone who suffered mental illness. 28% had been physically abused. And 2 out of 3 respondents had experienced at least one ACE. The researchers next looked at how someone's ACE score, or the number of adversities they experienced, related to a wide array of serious health and social problems. They saw that the more ACEs someone had, the greater their risk for poor outcomes compared with someone with no ACEs. Someone with an ACE score of 4 had twice the risk of heart disease and cancer. Someone with an ACE score of 5 had an 8 times greater chance of being an alcoholic. And those with an ACE score of 6 or more, on average, died 20 years earlier. With every major problem they looked at in the ACE study, the risk went up for each additional adverse experience in childhood. As Dr. Robert Anda says, what's predictable is preventable. It's important to remember that ACEs are not destiny. ACEs are a tool for understanding the health of a population as a whole. For individuals, an ACE score can be a tool for understanding their own risk for health and social problems and empower them to make changes for themselves and their children. ACEs tend to get passed down from generation to generation and are common across all income levels, races, and cultures. But increasingly, people of all different professions and backgrounds are coming together to discuss how ACEs affect their communities. They're finding new ways to treat and prevent ACEs. Many doctors are starting to screen their patients for ACEs as part of their medical history. More schools are becoming trauma-informed, considering the source of problem behavior when disciplining their students, instead of immediately suspending or expelling them. To learn more about interrupting the cycle of adversity and improving health and well-being for the next generation, please visit kpjrfilms.co.
All right, so you can see that little video does a really good job explaining it. So here's a slide. You want to know more about the ACEs study than just what's in that film, but what would take them 5 minutes to explain, would maybe take you a half hour out of your training. And so that just makes it easier. So basically, the major findings were what no one expected was that the connection between the childhood adversity and the ACEs study was 10 questions, 5 questions. Did this happen to you before age 18? And 5 questions, did you see this in your home? Well, now there's, other variations of this. Dr. Roy Wade with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He's a Harvard-trained physician. He was telling me one day that when he was doing his work, he heard about ACEs study, and he was doing a kind of a similar one, but with inner city families and youth in Philadelphia. And when they would ask the question, was your parents separated or divorced? That meant nothing to these children because none of their parents, they'd not been married, and some didn't even know one parent or the other. So they rewrote that question or took that question out. And so, now it's kind of morphed into some different variations of it. But basically the original ACEs study, that's what it was. And then the questions are scrolling there on the screen during the video. And what they learned was that when someone answered yes to one of them, then there could be a probability their chances were higher that they would also answer yes, that others had happened. And then they saw the higher the ACE score, the same individuals had a higher proclivity for being higher attempts at suicide, earlier ages involved with mental health services, with alcohol use, tobacco use, risky behaviors, teenage pregnancies, and those kinds of social determinants of health. So what I love in that little film, though, is when they say what's predictable is preventable. Hello. And that's why we're here today, is we are cranking it up, making some noise on what is predictable is preventable. You know, I could get kind of my little soapbox right now. When I do a keynote last August or September, I was speaking to the number 3 medical school in the nation at the Augusta University, Georgia Medical School. And it made me cry. They gave a standing ovation. And this is what they did it to. I said, in 1979, the Surgeon General of the nation under President Carter wrote in a report, the greatest public health threat facing our nation is violence against children. And I said that day to that esteemed group of the medical community, why are we 42 years later, just now people getting awareness of this and what to do? And I said, what if we would have addressed COVID that way? What if we'd have sat on COVID for 42 years? You know, but we've not been cavalier about ACEs in Northeast Tennessee. We've not been cavalier about spreading this information. We've taken it urgently. And, you know, and if I can't get in the building that's on fire and rescue those children, you know what I'll do? I'll train my librarians. I'll train my police department. I'll train my doctors. And you know what? Somebody's going to encounter that child. And that's the way we've gone at it here. So ACEs are not destiny. And that's the hope that this ACEs study shares with us. What's predictable is preventable. And we can now use this as a scientific upstream approach to addressing our community challenges. So this graph right here, most of you probably seen the pyramid. I just kind of freshened it up with a little something new. But when ACEs, life starts with ACEs, as this arrow kind of implies, then we see that on the heels of ACEs comes toxic stress and these derailed brain connections. And that's going to lead to poor school performance. And then that's going to lead to these risky behaviors to cope. And that's those risky behaviors, unhealthy behaviors, that's what could lead to early death. And so we need to raise awareness. And imagine me working for police, overseeing a felony offender program with people with addictions and multiple felony offenses to reduce recidivism. And I'm in California in April of 2015, and I hear Dr. Folletti say, if a man scores yes to 6 of the 10 questions, he's 46 times more likely to be an IV drug user than a man that says, nope, none of that happened. And I just pulled up on my phone, American Heart Association. And I know in my lifetime, how much health education, billions of dollars in health education. Now our health plans want us to partner in improving our health, like the American Heart Association. So they said on their website that if you don't exercise, you can increase the chance of heart attack by 12%. If you're a tobacco user, by 50%. And I want you to think, professionals, look at the amount of publication education that exists in our health plans about exercise and smoking cessation. And I wondered that day, why was no one in my town talking about an ACE score of 6 being a significant risk factor to addiction? And that's the moment I decided I'm going to educate my town. And that's what we did. And so we see now that brings organizations to understand that whether we ever do screening, like the great state of California is promoting, we can help organizations use a universal precaution approach. You know, back years ago, the CDC and then OSHA followed suit, coined with that term universal precaution. And we see things like hand washing or coughing etiquette or sneezing into your elbow or those types of protocols. Or if you're blood, you go to the lab to get blood work. You know, it might be just to see if you're vitamin D deficient, which is very important now during COVID because D, it boosts your immune system. But you know what? The people in the lab are going to handle your blood like maybe it's going to be the most contagious type blood they'd ever seen. Why? Because they're using a universal precaution approach. So as you take this training out, you want to plant a seed. in the thoughts of people that are working in your service sectors, that what if 60 to 70% of those they served were hearing impaired or were non-English speaking? What kind of training would be given to their staff as professional development? Well, guess what? 70% or so of our consumers are trauma survivors. Actually, of our coworkers are trauma survivors. So why is there a huge need in California for you to jump out there and deliver this training? Because there are myriads of organizations throughout your state that don't have the first bit of understanding about what it means to help improve their service delivery models for those who are trauma survivors. So in the national prevalence of trauma, we see that in the mental health area, a history of childhood trauma predicts earlier first admissions, more frequent longer hospital stays, more time in seclusion or self-restraint, a greater likelihood of self-injury or suicide, more medication use, increased symptom severity. And then these are national statistics from the National Council of Behavioral Health, from SAMHSA, from the CDC, that around 65% of all those in substance abuse treatment have histories of childhood trauma. 75% of women in substance abuse treatment have histories of trauma. 92% of homeless mothers have severe trauma histories. What about where children are concerned? 60% of American children are exposed to violence, crime, and abuse in their home, school, or community. 40% of these children are direct victims of 2 or more violent acts. 1 in 10 children are victims of violence 5 or more times before age 18. In 2017, suicide was the second leading cause of death among children ages 10 to 17. We see 3.5 million to 10 million children each year witnessing violence against their mother or stepmother. The reason for a large gap in those numbers is statistically, it takes 7 acts of violence before a victim will go to a shelter or reach out to a family justice center. And so we have children witnessing a lot of unreported violence. And then look at this one in a study of juvenile justice. 94%. What if I was on a webinar today teaching you about, I know 94% of why people get cancer. You know, I'd probably be like up for a Nobel Prize or something, you know? I mean, that's huge. But you know what? We can say that about juvenile justice. 94% of kids in research setting of those that were interacting with the juvenile system, they all had in common childhood histories of trauma. All right, so why should we focus on trauma in children? Well, I rest my case. Eradicating child maltreatment in America could potentially reduce many of the things that are predicted by ACEs. So now we're going to watch another survivor video. SAMHSA made a 1-hour video. I think you can write SAMHSA and get it. I have a copy. Dr. Joan Galise, who helped create the video, she gave me one, but sometimes for training, an hour, it's not really practical for your 3-hour training. So I use about a 24-minute clip out of YouTube, and that's the link that's inserted in your video. Now, once again, we want to caution our listeners that she's going to talk about some intense subject matter about trauma in her own life. But here's one thing I want to tell you. I think Sarah and Michelle, some of the leaders that connected me to Sutter County, that they might have shared this, but in 2019, when I co-authored a toolkit on how to trauma inform your community or creating trauma informed system of care, we did it around 3 steps: advocate, educate, and collaborate. And now in my work nationally and internationally, I find community organizers just like you that say, you know what, how do we get the police in our community coalition? How do we get teachers on board? And in this toolkit, you can get it free. It's a free download it's on the Tennessee Department of Children's Services website. And if you've not been provided that toolkit, I'm happy to share the link to it to you. But the point I'm bringing it up now, if you're having a hard time engaging your justice community and you can get a judge or a DA or public defender or chief of police or director of corrections to give you 25 minutes, sit there with a laptop and play this little video of healing need. She does a remarkable job of connecting the dots between her own trauma as a child and her mother's trauma to her drug use, and then that bringing her into the justice system. So we're going to watch this little clip, and then we're going to come back, and we got about 1 more hour. We're going to wrap up our Train the Trainer. So we got healing need, about 24 minutes right now.
I'm about to go back into the Maryland Correctional Institution for Women to do a presentation for the inmates here. Just 4 years ago, I was an inmate here. It's good to be on this side. It's good to be on this side.
I heard about Tonier through the different partners that we have in the community. Her name is out there. She's known by a lot of people for the positive work that she's doing. And you wonder, how could someone be so happy and jovial and have gone through all of the trauma that she's gone through in her life?
Hello. Okay, so this is B building. This is the very last housing unit that I was in. Just 4 years ago, this is my home. In 1989, I remember the first time I was here. I went through the jail system, thefts, prostitution, possession of CDS, possession of open container. I'm coming into work at the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors. My mother had a way of, when she hit you, she would hit you with a belt, and she would hold the strap of the belt so the buckles would hit you, and she would hit you in your face and your head with it. So we often got a lot of scars from the belt buckle.
And this is my mother's birthday.
This was in '94. At this point, I was homeless, sleeping beneath a bridge, eating out of a trash can. I couldn't go in anybody's house, including my mother's. He brought me down here to get high with it. He said, you know, you don't sleep in the bus stops no more. A lot of times I was beaten. These two houses were crack houses. Crunch down here and take a hit of crack right here. It's a very secure building. And this is my office. I have an office. I have scars. I have a scar right there. Right here I have, you can't really tell, 2 black eyes and a busted lip. Thank you for receiving us here in El Paso. My name is Tonier Kane. I was molested, I was raped, I was beaten, I was raped, and I was like, this is how it's supposed to be for me. I am nothing, I'm never gonna amount to anything, and this is how it is. And I'll stay here, I'll die just like this. And I had become comfortable with that. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kane here to MCLW. Good evening, ladies, and thank you so much for coming out and spending a little time with me tonight. I'm so thrilled to be here, to be able to stand in front of you beautiful, wonderful women and just help you to understand that it's all about you. So I'm telling you, I'm standing before you with 83 arrests and 66 convictions. They say I was going to spend the rest of my life in jail or die in the streets. And I tell you today, not so. Not so. And, you know, I end up with the drug addiction of 19 years. But you know what, I don't have to tell you about what it is that goes along with drug addiction, do I? I really don't. But what I want to tell you that it wasn't using drugs that was the problem. It was what happened to me as a child. My mother would entertain a lot of different men. She would be partying and you would hear her singing and, you know, laughing. But when the music stopped, I knew I was gonna start hearing the footsteps come towards our bedroom door. And at age 9, I positioned myself in front of the bedroom door to protect my brothers and sisters, but in the event, it made me available to the men. I brushed my teeth because I thought maybe I could brush away the smell of the men when they did the X to my mouth. My mother's an alcoholic. She's always been an alcoholic, and sometimes she would leave the household 2 and 3 days at a time. Well, finally at age 11, somebody thought that something was truly wrong in our household, because we were always looking out the windows, but we weren't allowed to play. My mother wouldn't allow us outside because she didn't want anyone to know what was going on in that apartment. Well, somebody thought that was wrong, and they called the Department of Social Services. And when social service came into the household and seen the conditions we were living in, they immediately removed us from that household and put us into foster care. Well, we ended up going to court. And I remember the court day. I was excited because I was seeing my brothers and sisters. And we were on a pew. And in the front, my mother was there. She was crying. She was real upset. And sitting beside her, y'all, I don't know where they found him at, was my father. He was sitting there. Not to say I'm going to take my kids home with me, but to give reasons why he wasn't. So 9 family members was allowed to choose each and every one of them. And I ended up with my cousin. And she was a nurturing and good person. This is my cousin. She's actually my second cousin, but when I was growing up, I always thought she was my aunt because the older generation was like aunts. But when I came into your household and you guys gave me so much love and you showed me how to take care of myself, and it was good time because I was getting up there in age, and because I never knew how to wash myself or wipe myself. Barbara didn't teach me that. So you taught me all of that stuff. I remember you being in the bathroom with me, showing me how to take care of my hygiene, because I didn't know. And talking to me, patiently talking to me. I wasn't used to being like a normal kid because the living situation I came out of. My mother came to the household where I was living, and she called me, Ning, because that's what my mother calls me. So I ran downstairs and I opened up the door and I ran and she hugged me and she said, I love you. I want you to come back and live with me. She told me she loved me, the words that I've been dying to hear from her. Within a week, she severely beat me in the middle of the street for trying to go to school. By then, she had 3 more kids. I realized she wanted a babysitter. She didn't want me back because she loved me. That's my mother over there in the white. I know, I'm just saying.
I know, I'm getting up to go. That can't.
I desperately need my mother to love me. Sometimes I would be tired and don't want to get high, but she would want to get high, so I would go out and prostitute so she could get high, just so she could love me. I thought that I had to earn her love, and I thought if I go out and prostitute for some drugs, she'll be proud of me. And she would use the drugs and get mad because there's no more. But that's how I always ended up with her. How much? How much you need?
$100.
Yeah.
Like that's good. I'm going to get a big one.
I know what you're going to get.
A big one. This time will be going, because I'm going out like.
Well, I didn't know how to live without my mother, because I knew I couldn't live with her. So I remember taking an overdose. I remember waking up in the emergency room. I remember when nobody asked me, what happened to you? I remember them telling me, you're going back home with your mother, and being terrified. So she came up with this great idea that one of her drinking buddies, who thought I was cute, he was 24, I was a child basically, wanted to marry me. What was that? An opportunity to make my mother proud of me once again. I jumped on it. I'm walking down the aisle. She signed the papers. I didn't even have to be there because I was a minor. So I moved, so I'm married. I'm married and my mother's living with me, and my husband would come home and he would do like this. And if it was dust on his finger, he wanted to know what was I doing all day long that I could not dust his house. Well, there was many beatings because I didn't dust his house. Age 19, somebody came to me and said, try this. And it was crack cocaine. I ain't getting no beatings for dusting the house no more, because after one hit of crack, I cleaned my house. I went upstairs, cleaned the neighbor's house. I was outside washing everybody's cars. Shoot, I ain't get that beating no more. But you know what? Using crack cocaine introduced me to the criminal justice system. Hi, sweetie. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Prostitute, and I lost 5 children to the system, but this time, she was triggered.
I was wondering if it's possible she could be in a group tomorrow just to...
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
great.
Did you just...
So you ladies was chosen because we think that your story, you collaborating with my story and sitting here and just doing this focus group, just talking about where you've been, you know, and how things feel for you now and where you want to go.
My parents were heroin addicts. In the county where I'm from, there was heroin addiction. Foster care systems, psychiatric facilities. I went through all of that.
I never told my mother that my brother used to molest me. This is the first time I'm telling it now.
Well, my mother not just getting high, her friends get high. You know, people on her job get high. I mean, they get together and have party and get high.
My father would beat my mother all the time, so I saw that. And I ended up going through it myself. Every relationship I've ever had has been abusive. And if they're not abusive towards me, I'll be abusive towards them because I feel that's how they show me love. They don't care about me if they don't put their hands on me when I do something to hurt them.
My mother sacrificed me for the sake of keeping a man. And my first time being molested, I was 4 years old. My mother took my hand and gave it to him and told me, "You going with him to play with his nieces." But when we got to where we was going, wasn't nobody there but me and him. And I remember it being really, really dark. But when I came back, I felt different. And I remember looking at my mother and it seemed like she didn't see anything wrong. And I remember when she took me in a room that night to put me to bed, I wonder why she didn't notice I didn't have on the same panties. Even now, I'm 37 years old, and I sleep with the covers tucked under me for security.
80% of our population has been traumatized. The trauma is the underlying reason and the basis that leads to the self-medication, the drug use, and then eventually landing in jail.
But I didn't know how not to come back. I didn't know how to stay clean. And something inside of me I didn't have the motivation to want to be sober. Because I went back to my reality. Homelessness, putting myself in harm's way, staying with people that was gonna beat me and hurt me and stuff. I'm like, you know, so it was easy to just drink and drug. And unfortunately, it landed me right back here really quick.
Up to 90% of individuals who are in the public mental health system have been victims of trauma. About 85% we know from Department of Justice of girls in the juvenile justice systems have been the victims of early physical or sexual abuse. About 97% of homeless women who have mental health issues have been the victims of trauma while they were on the streets. 87% have been the victims of early childhood abuse. Over 50% of women in substance use programs report histories of incest. I mean, it's just universal.
And so this is the ACE study, matching in this very middle-class population. The population is exactly half women, half men by chance. 80% white, including Hispanic, 10% black, 10% Asian, 74% have been to college. In no way is this some dismissible group, you know, that, yeah, well, maybe those people across town, et cetera. This is basically you and me. And what we found was extraordinary. A, the prevalence of these 10 categories, and B, the remarkable effect that they had 50 years later. 28% of the women have a history of childhood sexual abuse. I mean, who the hell would know that? In terms of injection drug use, a person exposed to any 4 of those categories was 1,350% more likely to become an injection drug user at some point later in life. If you go to ACE score 6, exposure to any 6 of those categories, you're wildly off the scale. because now it's a 4,600% increase in the likelihood that an ACE score 6 individual will become an injection drug user as compared to an ACE score 0 individual. I mean, the epidemiologists at the CDC told me, look, these are numbers that we see once in a lifetime as an epidemiologist, once in a career. So the numbers are of extraordinary magnitude. I met Tonya Kane several weeks ago at a conference here in Baltimore when this sensible young woman came up and looked me dead in the eye and told me that she had an ACE score of 10, that she had experienced all 10 of the categories that I was talking about.
I don't spend a lot of time around my mother because she, like I said, she's still abusive. But I go to, pay her bills and all, make sure she has food in the house and everything, because she's not only alcoholic now, she's a crack addict. I looked at her and I could see the sadness. She was sober, because she was just getting up in the morning. And I wanted so badly to reach out and hug her, but she wouldn't allow that. My mother won't allow us to do that. We're not even allowed to call her mom. We call her Barbara.
Any thoughts why?
I know. But I never really thought about it.
Well, maybe being called mother imposed a responsibility that she didn't feel up to.
Yeah, that's true. Well, just one particular day I had made a deal with these two guys, and they had like a massive amount of crack. And I went to them, I said, well, they was trying to talk to me to get me to, do some sexual things. So I said, well, if you give me this amount of drugs, I'll do this, 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 and this. Well, I thought I was a good negotiator, but I guess I wasn't, because when we were going behind this building, they started to talk among themselves. And when we got back there, they were saying, well, we're not going to give you anything, but you're still going to do this, 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 and this. And after they did that, they beat me really bad. They stomped me, spit on me. And when and they left, when I was able to get up and get around here, it was an officer. I'm standing against his car. And when he seen me, I was walking to him, and I was in a lot of pain. And when he seen me, he was like, Miss Kane, we've been looking for you. Because I had a failure to appear warrant out. I was trying to tell him that these two guys that's walking past us laughing at me just did this to me. He thought I was trying to, I guess he thought to run off, and he thought I was resisting. So when he grabbed me, he grabbed my arm and put it behind my back and threw me against the car, which cracked my nose open. I'm not angry with them, because people that do things like that, we talking about two guys that's caught up into that street world, and all they know is hurt and violence, because that's what they grew up with. And my only hope is that they're not doing that to anybody else, because they think it's okay, because they haven't acknowledged it, But I see people that hurt me all the time, that rape me. I see them all the time. And that was very small.
Tell me something about cocaine. What's the good part of it?
What's the good part about crack cocaine? It's a number. It absolutely, positively numbs out any feeling you have, only for a few seconds. That's why you got to keep doing it again and again. But there is no concern. So, I used to take a hit of crack cocaine, and I used to get high on the fact that I had it in my hand. It didn't even get in my system yet. But because I know in the next few seconds, I'm going to be somewhere else, and I don't have to deal with reality.
An effective treatment.
An effective treatment. Yeah.
And that kind of forces the question, treatment of what?
Right. Exactly.
Which is kind of uncomfortable for a lot of people to hear.
Yeah.
And I think I had mentioned to you about crystal meth.
Right.
And how pretty much everybody knows that's the most commonly sold street drug in the country. And no one seems to know that the first prescription antidepressant medication introduced in 1940 was methamphetamine. And it was the main prescription antidepressant for the next 20 years.
That is amazing.
So does that mean something? Yeah, and then you get to think, well, it's a lot easier to say to somebody, my kid's on crystal meth because that damn drug dealer's in the neighborhood, than it is to say my kid's buying antidepressants on the street.
Right. I couldn't use drugs and alcohol because I was in jail. So I had to find something that help me cope, and that's what helped me cope. I would fight, I would argue, I would cuss, I would go on lock, get off lock, I'd do my lock time, and, oh well, see y'all later, I'll be back.
would mutilate myself, my thighs, my neck had cuts, my arms, and it wasn't to kill myself, just to get the pain out. That was just a way to express the trauma. I felt helpless. I felt powerless, and being a woman in a powerless situation, it brought trauma because the trauma came from those situations where as though I was taken advantage of and felt powerless.
Do you mind, Kristen, do you mind if I see where you manipulated yourself? Can I see that? Because I know you showed before. What do you use?
I would take and bust the glass out in my room and take the pieces of the glass and cut myself up, cut my neck. I would like break the toilet seat, break the glass out in the doors and the windows. Or I take a stapler, I take the staplers out the bed. Or I took an eggshell one time. The hard on the eggshell, yeah, just to get that.
Toni is an amazing woman, a passionate advocate, a great leader in the field, an amazing speaker. We've known each other for 5 years, back when I first met Toni, when she was at the Women's House of Correction in Jessup, and she was pregnant out to here. She now, as of yesterday, officially has become the team leader for the newly funded National Center for Trauma-Informed Care, which we couldn't be happier. Just a joy to be with, and when you hear her story, I think you're going to be absolutely as moved as I am every time I hear her as well. So for that, my friend, Toni Kane.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so thrilled to be here in New York City. I'm down at Maryland Correctional Institution for Women for violation of parole. And I'm pregnant. And I'm terrified that I'm about to lose another child. And I remember running around and telling people about my fears. I don't want to lose my baby, and I had this baby. And they were telling me about this program called Tamar's Children. Well, they said, you know, it works on your trauma. I said, well, I don't know what that is, but I know I got it. And it works on your addiction. I said, well, that's a given. Your mental health, yep, I'm crazy. You recover and you keep your baby with you. Perfect program for me, right? I was keeping my baby. And the first thing that someone said to me when I got to this program, the first session I had, my therapist told me, everything that happened to you as a child happened to you, you didn't do to yourself. And I believed her. And we started to work. See, because you good folks, you know, substance abuse, even some judges, even parole and probation, try to help me, try to give me some tools on how to live. But you know, the good information was only surface. It couldn't get where it needed to get for me to get it rooted so I can build a foundation and grow from. So my belief system can change from I am nothing to I am somebody, and I can be anything I want in this world. It wasn't important. So you had to get it out of me to get the good information down there where it needed to be.
My therapist, her first task was to help me to feel safe. Because without feeling safe, there was no healing for me. Everything that I needed, I was able to get from this program. I had someone to help me to understand parenthood. You know, helping me to form a secure attachment with my child. I didn't know how to be a mother. You know, I know how to give birth to a baby.
And then she said, it's time to work on your children. No. I said, no. How do you heal from something that's still going on? Okay, my mother didn't love me as a child. She didn't show me love. Okay, that happened. That was then. I was raped, I was hurt, I was beat, I was raped, I was hurt, I was beat. Okay, that's happening no more. But my children are still living. They're still walking this earth somewhere, and I know nothing about them. How do you heal from that? And she said, you do, but not by yourself. So I had to talk about my daughter when she was only 10 days old, and when they came and they took her away from me and they put me in jail. And the way that my son looked when they grabbed him and he was crying, Mommy, don't let them take me. I had to remember that. I had to remember my son being picked up for the weekend and never brought back.
And it was work.
I'm exhausted. I've been on travel now for, it seems like 2 weeks straight, like maybe going home one day just to repack. I'm just ready to go home to my daughter now and hold her. I miss her a lot. And I've really been missing my children a lot lately. I guess, yeah, the holidays coming up. I always get like this near the holidays. You know, I do.
All right, let's stop right there. You know, when I do an in-person class, there's so much you could unpack in this healing name. You know, I have an extra slide sometimes that I add, just things that she talks about in her own experience. You know, she never did drugs till she was 19 and married. And then now she's got a new baby and a husband that's being abusive if, you know, he doesn't feel she's meeting expectations or whatever. And then she said somebody introduced her to cocaine, and then how she cleaned everybody's house, you know, after that. But then meeting her mother and Dr. Folletti, she mentions that her mom didn't let her call them mom, but Barbara. And then he asked, why do you think that's so? And then, you know, just Dr. Folletti talking about the drug use and the methamphetamines being treatment for addiction, for depression, and just so many ways that it really connects the dots between trauma, addiction, and crime. And just to see her remarkable, inspiring story, that some of the jail pictures, you know, where she's living under a bridge, you know, eating out of trash cans off and on for 19 years, you know, and then to see some of the pictures, and now just so beautiful, so articulate. She, you know, is a national presenter and trainer. Some of the events that I go to, I've never been privileged to be actually at an event that I've heard her, but a lot of the events have had her in past years. She's quite a remarkable speaker, and now she even has, I believe, a couple of entrepreneurial opportunities. She does a women's either fragrance or clothing as some sort of a retail store in Baltimore. She also now has working with talent agencies. She's producing more videos. And just a remarkable story. And, you know, I guess I think as I do this work, I think, you know, how many other Tony or Canes are we going to meet? Are we going to see their lives changed by just somebody helping them to see that not all of what happened in their life was their fault, that a lot of it happened to them. And, you know, one thing I want to point out too, that something that Dr. Folletti says, and you know, he talks about when they did the ACEs study and that they did it at Kaiser Permanente, and that it ended up a lot of middle-aged Caucasian people with college degrees and such. And he makes the statement, which I would like to edit this out just as a personal preference, and all respect to Dr. Folletti, but, you know, there's no dismissible group. It doesn't matter what, you know, and so there's no dismissible group in my community. There's no dismissible group in your community. And, you know, we always want to make sure that we do our training with, you know, with equity and understanding of the value of every diverse sector in our community. When I was at the police department yesterday, we were, you know, commemorating Dr. Martin Luther King's 93rd birthday. And I was really pleased when I worked at the police department to work with the president of our NAACP to help start our first Martin Luther King Unity March. We worked with our LGBT community, LGBTQT community, our transgender or Muslim, the Jewish rabbi was in a group that we had, Catholic Charities with our large Hispanic populations. And, you know, trauma informed is a message for all of our town, all of our community, and all of its citizens. And so anyway, so much that we could talk about with Healing Need, but I think you get it. And her story is really, really, really one of inspiration. So if you can get it before, sometimes judges have really an unusual ability to leverage resources into the justice system or into communities. So by helping, your judicial, in the National Trauma Campaign, we're hosting a 8-week workshop series from January to April. It's every other Friday. It's free. I can send you information about that. It's kind of lengthy. It's every other Friday from 1 to 5. But in that, you're hearing from national people doing national work around trauma-informed care. And the February 4th one, I will be the moderator of that panel, and it's on trauma-informed in the justice system. And we have a DA from North Carolina working to trauma-inform North Carolina court system, 6,500 court workers across North Carolina. Ben David, the elected DA in Wilmington. I've got Chief Chris Lusner, the Chief of Police, Middle Township, New Jersey, going to be on. Sheriff McNeil from Leon County, Florida will be on. And then Dr. Stephanie Covington, who's really a brand name in this, lives there in California and does some amazing work in the recovery community as well as incarceration. So there's another free resource. If you want to know more about it, I can send that to Julie to push that free event out. But all that to say, more and more and more sectors are embracing this conversation. All right, we are about 10 minutes after 10 minutes after 1 for you, 4 for me. We are going to take a very quick break. Let's just take 5 minutes. I had said we'd do 10, but let's go 5 minutes. And then we're going to come back and wrap up this last Train the Trainer module. Okay, so 5 minutes, we'll come back. Let's finish it up. All right, so our last module now is where we help people take it out of theory into practice. So when I first heard about ACEs, my immediate curiosity, I didn't really have to hear about it 2 or 3 times to be convinced. I was convinced. I'm working for police to reduce drug-related and violent crime and recidivism, and I'm working with judges. I'm working with our housing authority. I'm working with at-risk youth in the Topper Academy. Immediately, a light bulb came on. I saw this was like the missing piece of the puzzle. But my immediate curiosity, which is really what I spend my work doing now as a consultant, is helping people become practitioners. And so this last module of this 3-hour training that you'll be able to facilitate now, it's where you help people launch that, okay? So this is not just a training for you to have this information, but every time we begin to train professionals in our town, and I think this is why we saw the momentum, because we gave people an expectation to do something with it. Actually in Tennessee, when they took off with the Tennessee Building Strong Brains in 2016 and 17 and early 18, they began to train. I think it was around 29,000 Tennesseans had been trained, excuse me. And then the organization, the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, they reached out to me in, maybe it was at the end of 2017. I was still at the police department, and they said, Becky, though we're educating thousands of Tennesseans, we don't see any community mobilizing like what happened in Johnson City. They said, we want to do a phase 2 called ACEs Mobilization. And they said, could we tap you to speak across the state to talk about mobilizing? And of course, I was very honored. And I do that still to this day. And I think a part of why people in our rural Appalachian area up here in Northeast Tennessee and then Southwest Virginia, why people began to mobilize was because we presented it that way, that we didn't just give it as information. And this last module of this training is the piece that does that, okay? So here's the learning objectives in module, the last module, okay? Why, you know what? I think there's a typo there. It says section 3. I'm pretty sure that it's section 4. All right, so the learning objectives here is why trauma-informed programs operate with the universal precaution that trauma has occurred. We've pretty thoroughly covered that. Then we're going to give you the 4 R's of a trauma-informed program, organization, or system. Then we're going to talk about the SAMHSA 6 pillars and why each one is important. And we're going to end the training talking about examples of each of the principles. So this is really our call to action, our time for action. So the first parts of this, we have helped people see why this is so urgent, but now this is our call to action. So the 4 R's from SAMHSA of a trauma-informed program, number 1 is that we realize the widespread impact of trauma and we understand potential paths for recovery. Well, I think the slide that I just went through passed over before this. It talks about by taking this 3-hour training that you're going to be able to facilitate, really organizations can check that box off. Now we realize the widespread impact of trauma, but the good news is there are paths for recovery. All right, the second R is we recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma in the clients and families and staff that knows that we are involved with. Well, after your 3-hour training, people are going to be able to say, check that off, because we've talked about trauma behaviors. We've talked about adaptations to trauma. Remember back in the earlier part of today, we talked about that little chart that had the physical, the cognitive, emotional, and behavioral, these identifiers. Well, after your 3-hour training, people could say number 2 are checked off. Now it brings us to number 3. How are we going to respond? Are we going to begin to fully integrate this into our practice, our policies, and our procedures? And then lastly, very critical to trauma-informed care, are we going to resist re-traumatizing people when we offer services? You know, one day when I worked in healthcare, my office was in a very nice manager's office suite in our children's hospital. Of the 22 hospitals, one is a children's hospital, and that's where they put me. And I shared this long hallway with a bunch of nurse managers, quality assurance, and educators and such. And we had a great a group in there, a team called Child Life. And what Child Life did, if you're not familiar with it, that when we would have, I'd hear their walkie-talkies going off all the time, and we'd have a little child in the ER going to have an IV put in, and that child's terribly anxious and fearful. So they would radio Child Life, and one of the gals in the pink squads, what I called them, they would go on down to the ER with a basket like Mary Poppins with puppets or slinkies or whatever, and go down and really just kind of distract the child and just treat the child in the child. Okay. So one day we're getting ready to leave, and I hear crying in the office suite, and I'm making my way up to the front to leave for the day. And there were some of the pink squad, and they were visibly upset. And I said, what's the matter? And I thought, you know, maybe they've lost a child today. And they said, well, we had a child come in that's 9 years old that comes in somewhat frequently to the ER. We know this child. We know that there's trauma and these workers had all been through my training, this 3-hour training. And they said, we know this child lives in household trauma. And they said, this little girl came in 9 years old saying they were suicidal. And so the hospital needed to take her across the street to their mental health hospital. Okay. Just literally across a 4-lane. But in order to do that, they had to call police to do the transport. Well, I know from working for police that the police general orders say if someone is a threat to harm themselves or harm someone else, that in order for police to transport them, they have to be put in handcuffs. So this 9-year-old little child was put in handcuffs in the back of a police car to be transported across the street to a mental health hospital for evaluation. And that's what had the Child Life team so distraught. And so, you know, it isn't going to happen overnight that we're going to trauma inform the world. But you know what? After you guys are turned loose, I think things are going to speed it up there in California. And that's the way I felt here. But it's going to take time. It's a journey. It's not a destination. And we're going to have to look at policies such as that one. And more now, groups are starting to write mental health transportation or vans or something so that they can avoid the criminalization kind of feel that it has to have when police are involved. So that's just kind of an example. All right. So the 4 R's of a trauma-informed program. So we want to see that the next thing are the 6 principles that SAMHSA developed to lead a change process. And these principles are going to help to guide that process. They were developed by national experts, including trauma survivors. And it's to create a goal of establishing a common framework among your service providers. It's values-based, and it's not a checklist. But it's a way of being. And I'd like you to use the phrase when you're training, we're giving you the lens, we're handing you the glasses, so to speak, okay? All right, so these principles, Dr. Clements and she actually created an evaluation tool, and you can get a free copy of that if you get the toolkit, download the toolkit that I told you about. But in our evaluation, because she and I were so passionate about seeing organizations begin to implement this change process, that she put in there, what are you going to do now after you were trained? And 4,000 evaluations that we collected over 3 years, we have where people locally committed, we'll begin to change the signage, we'll begin to change our pain protocol, our intake process, all because they're seeing that it needed to be changed up to be able to create a healing environment for trauma survivors. Okay, so these are the SAMHSA 6 pillars. And I'm going to go through them one by one, giving you a definition of each one and then an example. All right, so you want to think about these 6 pillars, and that it's not, one size fits all. One might be a particular solution for healthcare, while maybe somebody else in the justice field might gravitate to implementing. But these provide us the guardrails or the framework to get started on using that trauma-informed approach. All right, so the first one we're going to talk about is safety. And if you think back to the Neen story, did you remember how that she said until she felt safe in prison, she was unable to change her focus to recovery? Now that seems a bit unusual, that she did not feel safe in prison, but you know what? We know that. We know that prisons can be a place where violence will erupt, and at times inmates, there's riots, inmates are killed, emotions run high. And so Neen even talked about the need for services to be safe and predictable. Okay, so when we're talking, this is the slide from the actual deck. Number 1 is safety. So it's safety for who? Well, it's safety for those who use the services, as well as you as the provider. So we want to think about how do we allow people ways to take control over their lives, navigating over their healing. Now, it's a little vague to talk about safety like that. So what might safety look like? Well, I'm so glad you asked. Safety is looking like a welcoming environment, a welcoming for people, and a consistent and predictable environment. This photo right here, I'm sure you know where it came from Walmart, customer service. If I was working in Walmart, I would think customer service might be one of the most difficult places to work, because you have to take anything back for any reason, and in my mind, you need to have a lot of patience and diplomacy to work there. But notice how intentional they are about happy to help. Does your organization anywhere in it have a sign that says happy to help? Well, I don't know, maybe not, All right, so is your environment welcoming? When I was training the Kingsport Housing Authority, one of our larger housing communities in our Tri-Cities, after doing this, the director called me a few days later, and she said, you know what? We did a walkthrough of our main areas, and one was our lobby. And we were thinking about these 6 pillars and how to begin to make this change process. And she said, we were thinking in the lobby, is our lobby welcoming? And she said, we'd always thought it's colorful, it's clean, it's got nice decorations, couches, looks like a waiting room, in a doctor's office or something. But she said, we noticed after the training that on the wall 6 times around the lobby was the document that comes that says that this is federal funds, that there's federal funds that support this housing authority. And if you are fraudulent with federal funds, we will prosecute you to the fullest extent. Now, I know what that poster looks like. I've written federal and state grants. It has to be displayed. But she said, we realized it was our decorating theme. We had it framed and matted and framed in 6 locations around that lobby. And so basically their lobby was kind of like smackdown. You know, you're sitting there waiting on your turn, and every wall you look on, they're reminding you that they will prosecute you to the fullest extent. So you know what they did? She said, we left it up on one wall. We took it down on the other 5 areas, and we decided to put up more welcoming, colorful signs, non-shaming, non-blaming, non-violent, respectful of privacy and confidentiality, and things that explained what is happening, you know, and why, wherever we could. Okay, then we talk about number 2, trustworthiness. So here's a couple of talking points. You know, when I worked in the program to reduce recidivism, we totally worked to eliminate any kind of verbiage such as you people. You know, sometimes it's sad, the animalistic approach that people, even the professionals that work inside the justice system or inside the prison, you know, sometimes I do training for correctional staff, and we want to do away with all the wording like shakedowns or, you know, some of those things. And so in our prison diversion program, we quit using anything that was a verbal barrier between us and them. And you know what? I think that's the reason that the one woman that I told you about from the start, the lady with the mother with the heroin addiction, and that later on when she was working with me to tell her story to filmmakers, you know, I think that's one reason why she wanted me to be with her, is because in her mind, I had conveyed to her, though I worked for police, and if she absconded, if she failed a drug screen, certainly I had an ethical mandate that I would have to report that. There would be a warrant for her arrest, but I had indicated to her, just as a person, how valuable she was and how sorry I was that that was the story of her earliest years of life. So she could tell in my way I communicated with her that there was no us and them, all right? And then think back, if you're old enough to remember 9/11. You know, one of the things that impacted me so powerfully on that day was no matter what race or religion or political party, that people were just helping people. And the most unlikely people became heroes of the day. So we want to think, though, when we talk about trustworthiness, that boundaries are important, that boundaries engender trust. But remember, for a trauma survivor, their life story might be like quicksand, with rules constantly changing. So when an agency establishes clear rules and the staff enforces them, then the clients know what to expect. But we don't have to do it in a way that's blaming or shaming. In other words, we want our services to model stability. So number 2, trustworthiness and transparency. Is that organizational operations and decisions are conducted with transparency and a goal of building and maintaining trust, and that we help people ensure that they understand what are their options and that we're authentic. You know, in the church that I attend, my boys grew up in this church. I've been there a long time, 40 some years. And I said, and I help now with the youth group. About the last 15 years, I've helped with it. I teach the senior high on Sunday morning. So I was not cool when I was 16. I'm definitely not cool at 63, okay? But you know what? Those kids, they know I'm authentic. And a lot of them have my cell phone number. Mostly they text me if they want a reference for a job. But a few years ago, I said, you know, if you need anything, call me, reach out or whatever. So one night, a young man named McLean texted me and he said, Miss Becky, I'm going to go to the prom and I wondered if I could borrow your car for the prom. And then I thought, uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have said if you need anything. But you know why McLean reached out to me? Because even though I kind of had to backstep and I said, well, McLean, I never thought about that. No, you can't borrow my car. You wouldn't be covered on my insurance. And then my children were horrified that I actually said this. I said, how about if I drive you and your date to the prom? But you know what? He said, gladly pushed that away. He said, no. Well, you know what? Guess who got married this past year? McLean. And when I was at the bridal shower of his beautiful bride, Christina, I was telling the prom story. Oh, her mother lit up and she said, you're the one, you're the one. She said, McLean was just sure that they had a car to use for the prom. And she said, we never knew all that part to the story. She said, we ended up finding a car they could take to the prom. But I said, oh yeah, that was me. And you know what? And then I went on to their lovely, lovely wedding and felt so pleased to be invited after they both graduated college. And, been many years since they were in my youth group. But why am I telling you all this story? Because you know what? McLean knows I'm authentic. You know what, professionals, it isn't going to cost you a dime to raise your budget a dime for your employees to understand that being authentic is priceless. And that really goes a long way in conveying to those that you serve that we are trustworthy and we offer services with transparency. So what could transparency and trustworthiness look like? Well, treating people with dignity and respect, validation, listening, being present in the moment. These are all the foundations for building safety and trust, which create trauma-informed environments. So more on building trust. These are just some additional talking points. You want to focus on the client, never be focused on their behaviors or their symptoms, or talking about clients as if they are their behaviors. No one is their behaviors. If they've been suicidal, if they've been addicted, now that there's more and more organizations creating framework around, like instead of saying it's a dirty drug screen, well, who would like to be referred to as dirty? And so now more programs that are using a trauma-informed approach are beginning to change up their vocabulary to support healing environments. All right, the third one is peer support. A lot of things could come to mind that are really well-known, established examples of peer support like AA, NA, sometimes domestic violence programs. And these are peer-led in examples where healing takes place. Because of the peer leading. Now in the state of Tennessee, the Department of Mental Health and Recovery, they have peer-led, peer professionals that when I worked in healthcare, the mayor brought in a real trailblazing program to reduce addiction. And I remember the CEO of that program addressing community leaders and medical leaders, saying that 60% of the workforce for that organization would be peer recovery specialists. Man, that's huge, is when more and more medical and recovery programs want the voices of lived experience. And so peer support is a huge pillar in creating trauma-informed environments. So according to SAMHSA, peer support can be defined as a flexible approach to building mutual healing relationships among equals based on core values and principles. These 5 things: it's voluntary, non-judgmental, respectful, reciprocal, and empathetic. All right. Okay, so the next one is collaboration. Now, this is a video that is not in your 3-hour slide deck, but you will have the link here in your Train the Trainer. So if sometimes collaboration is a harder principle to illustrate. So that's why I put this SAMHSA video in here. Now, it's about 4 minutes. I'm going to play it real quickly. Now, again, I want to just give you the speed bump. It is very sensitive. William's story is quite intense and powerful. Now he is a peer recovery specialist and works in the mental health field. Again, it has a very more triumphant ending to it or whatever, but some of the details he's going to tell at the beginning of his story are pretty graphic. Okay, but what I want you to listen for is how he said, as he navigated trauma, how that by finding collaboration, that was a huge part in him coming to a place of healing. So let's watch this video.
On July 2nd, 1984, at age 10, I had witnessed my mother, Jacqueline, and 12-year-old brother, Anthony, murdered in our living room by my mom's ex-boyfriend. He took his own life that day, but not before making me beg for my life at gunpoint. When I left our family living room, I felt completely humiliated. Our family was so devastated. We had lost two amazing and wonderful people that day. I thought my world had ended. It didn't take long before that humiliation would surface, and at age 14, I attempted to take my own life. I was hospitalized for the first time in a psychiatric unit, finally taking some time to address what had happened to me throughout my childhood. When I was released, I was referred to outpatient therapy, and I was assigned to a therapist named Christine Pierre. From that moment I met her, I felt this sense of equality. She was judgment-free. Because I was hypervigilant and always on alert, thinking that I could be harmed, people called me crazy and a host of other negative nicknames. I was easily bullied by my peers, and I was easily victimized by others. But Miss Pierre did something that I'll never forget. She took me down to the hospital cafeteria and opened up her hand and said on that first meeting, "What do you want for lunch?" I was mesmerized at all of the food choices, and I guess I said to this lady and to myself, "I'm gonna clean you out." I went into that cafeteria, and I must have built the biggest ice cream cone you can build on this side of Earth. Years later, I would come to understand that Miss Pierre erased the power differential in the relationship we had. I felt respected every week I attended their session. She didn't try to control me, but in that relationship, she moved from control to collaboration. It was a teamwork effort to support my pathway to healing. But I think the most important piece to her method was that in every session with Miss Pierre, she observed what I valued the most. She didn't pick out that food for me in that cafeteria. She just opened up the portal to understand what was important to me, and ice cream was my favorite food in the entire world. Over 25 years later, much of the work that I'm involved in focuses on values. At the Commonwealth Center for Children and Adolescents in Virginia, we're building on the work they're doing with children through a revised and co-developed personal safety assessment tool that once focused on identifying and understanding what made kids upset and how they calmed down once they were upset. While we're still interested in what makes kids upset and what triggers kids, we inserted 2 questions that they answer within the first 24 hours of admission. And those 2 questions are, what is most important to you, and what are your coping strategies? When we meet children now who are introduced or reintroduced to the system, what is important to them surfaces to the top of our agenda in treatment, and the conversation about what is important is sustained through the intervention and even in their family environment. If our values and beliefs drive our decision-making, our actions, and our behaviors, then it's important to be aware of what is important to people the moment we engage them in order to support the facilitation of healing, of rebuilding, of recovery, and resilience. Miss Pierre believed in me. She focused on what was important to me and what I valued the most. That early collaboration and feeling of mutuality with Miss Pierre to facilitate my own healing as a teenager is key in who I am today.
Not a powerful, powerful story. So like I said, if you want to use this video on collaboration, you know, what a horror, you know, William telling about what he witnessed as a child and the killing of his mother and his brother and his stepfather. But yet when he later went to take his own life as a 14-year-old and went to see a counselor by her just offering to let him pick out whatever he wanted in the cafeteria. That one act was so significant that it put William on a healing path. So you'll have that additional resource if when you go to train, you want to show it. Just again, caution people about the sensitivity of the content. But it really beautifully, in his own words, illustrates collaboration and mutuality. So leveling the power differentials between staff and clients, that everyone has a role to play, that one doesn't have to be a therapist to be therapeutic, and we want to be mindful of power differentials. Okay, the next one, 5, is empowerment, voice and choice. And we want trauma survivors to, sometimes they know no other way of life other than abuse and neglect and household dysfunction. But this is one where we help survivors realize they have strengths. One of the greatest travesties of trauma is that it robs people of having hope. And we want people to understand about having a belief in resilience, as well as your organizations. Oftentimes, a story that I like to tell to illustrate empowerment, voice, and choice. It comes from a woman of faith named Joyce Meyer. You may have heard of Joyce. Joyce is a trauma survivor. She, every day through radio, TV, internet, YouTube videos, her best-selling books, Joyce, I think, has the potential to reach about 5 billion of the 7 billion people on the earth. That's how large her ministry has grown. But Joyce is a trauma survivor. You can go on YouTube and hear some of her stories, and there's a few that she really shares more details than others. But her father was a violent alcoholic, and from the age of 9 until she got married at 18, her father had intercourse with her over 200 times. And not only was her father abusing her, and beyond that, he would come home at night, get drunk, put her in the car, take her down the road to a cemetery where he violated her. But not only was that happening, but he violated her in other ways. But her mother knew. Often he forced the mother to watch, and just so perverted. But her mother was also afraid of her father. So her mother would do nothing to stop it. So Joyce is a huge trauma survivor. Now for her, her charging station is faith. I feel like some of the effectiveness of her work she does is because of the number of trauma survivors that her story can resonate with. But Joyce tells a story. It's a made-up story, but it's a story that I feel illustrates this pillar very, very clearly. So when I worked for healthcare, one day they had me come in and present trauma-informed care to all the CEOs, CNOs, all the big wheels of all the hospitals, 22 hospitals. So while I was there, I trained 2 of the hospitals, all the staff in the hospitals. And I was real pleased a few months ago to be in a meeting online with some of that old team I'd worked with. And they told me that after I left to start my own company, that 18 of the other hospital CEOs all put in their strategic plan to become trauma informed. So I was so thrilled about that here's the hospital system that gets it. But that day that I spoke, I shared this story that I got from Joyce Meyer. So this farmer had a donkey, and the farmer and the donkey, they worked their farm, like a team. They just the farmer counted on the donkey, and every spring he'd hook the donkey up and go out and work the fields, getting that beautiful rich dirt all stirred up, ready to get the seeds in it. And then later in the year, the farmer would attach the donkey to the right equipment and go out and bring in the harvest. And the farmer did this every year with the donkey. And man, they were really just quite a team, worked together so well. Well, after many years, even decades, the farmer had prospered to the place that now he was able to buy a tractor. And so he bought the nice tractor for the farm and put the donkey in the back of the acreage, pretty comfortable retirement for donkey standards. And one day the farmer goes to the barn to get the tractor to get involved in the work for the day. And he doesn't see the donkey anywhere. And matter of fact, as he gives a look around, he now hears some distressing noise, like maybe an animal that's hurt or injured. And so he just gets and does a little bit searching to see where's this noise coming from. And finally he locates a big well shaft. It's all dried out. And he looks down about 40 feet in the well shaft into the frightened face of the donkey who fell down in this dried out well shaft. Well, the donkey feels, the farmer found me, I'm sure to be rescued now. But that's not the case. The farmer, as he looks down in the face of the donkey, he's thinking, well, I have my tractor now. I don't really use the donkey anymore. And I don't really know how I'd pull the donkey out of there. So the farmer goes to the barn and gets a shovel and comes back and takes a scoop of dirt and throws it down on the donkey. And he repeats this 2 or 3 times. Well, much to the horror of the donkey, he realizes the farmer is trying to bury him alive now with the dirt that he's throwing on his back. But the donkey gets the idea that every time a shovel full of dirt falls on his back, that he would shake it off and stomp it down, shake it off and stomp it down. And so in the end of the story, the donkey is rescued, but the way he was rescued was the fact that the dirt that was being thrown on him. And that day in my presentation to all those hospital CEOs, I told them at the end, I said, of all the things that our resumes have on them that we're so proud of, our accomplishments, our achievements, our awards, our education, every single one of us needs to hope that on our resume, we could say one day that I help people shake off the dirt. Professionals, oh, I wish I could look in your faces right now, because I have a feeling this is the way you are, what you bring to work every day in California. That you see those children that are not having this stability at home. You see that single parent, struggling to keep a roof over someone's head. You're out there, you're a link in the chain. You're the part of that upside down pyramid that I described a little while ago. And I'm certain that it's on your resumes that we're helping people have a voice to build resilience and to shake the dirt off, just like Joyce Meyer tells in the story. So that's empowerment, voice, and choice, that we have to believe that though ACEs may be fact, they aren't fate. And what's predictable is preventable. And some of the ways that our programming can reflect that is by doing strength-based programming. In the prison diversion, we found out that many of the people were very artistic. And you know what we started doing? When it was time for them to graduate from the program, we had them draw their graduation invitation that goes right to the judge that was their sentencing judge. And I knew for a fact that the 4 years that I oversaw that program, the judge, the chief of police, I would get one. Every single one of us saved those invitations that came. I mean, they were like a Purple Heart. I mean, they were like really a badge of, to be able to get an invitation that someone did produce the artwork of, to come to their year-long probation program of sobriety, where they had a job now. Many of them now had housing, had gotten back their driver's license. And I've had programs where we did some art in the schools. We did some murals and things like that, where we turned problems into strengths. Here's a great example of a piece that some homeless New York youth that were involved with the justice system did on a shop owner. They showed the community how they saw themselves instead of just being a problem in their community. And then lastly, cultural, historical, and gender issues. It's sad, and thinking yesterday about Martin Luther King's 93rd birthday being commemorated. It seems sometimes as a nation, we take a step forward and we take 5 steps backwards. And, I grew up in the South in New Orleans in the 60s. I was bused into a predominantly minority community. I remember a police officer riding our school bus with a canine dog, and I was in the 6th grade. And, I just loved the adventure of being in this rich, diverse culture in New Orleans and in Louisiana. And I'm very grateful that that racism was not a part of my parents bringing me up, and you know, and I feel like more and more we must avoid any kind of programming that is exclusive or cookie cutter, you know, where gender is concerned. I'm also actually an ordained minister. And, you know, oddly, in the South, that is not always very accepted. If I lived in Atlanta or Dallas, but there's times that I'll be asked to go see someone in ICU. Typically, that's only an environment a family member or a minister can come in. And I'll be with the male pastor of my church, and he doesn't have to show ID, but I do. You know, they'll say it's only for ministers. And I'll say, well, I've been ordained 26 years since 1996. And they'll say, ma'am, you'll have to show ID. Well, you know, and so we just need to make sure in our programs that they are welcoming to all, they're serving for all, that we're so careful to not have any kind of cultural disparity, cultural, you know, things that are that's maybe not inclusive. And so sometimes just looking back through your policies, walking back through your intake process, we want to make sure that these things are totally, removed from our service offering, so that everyone can come into your center or your service and feel valued and feel welcome. And here's some examples of a women's prison in Hawaii where they were able to do some art spaces around Hawaii is such a beautiful, I've never been there, but from pictures and movies, you know, it's such a beautiful setting. And they were able to recapture a little bit of that through painting inside some of the cells and inside the facilities. And I love this one. I've read about where leaders of color found sometimes in the inner city that some of the individuals were not taking advantage to accessing the healthcare. Remember when I told you about in Georgia, the disparities of women of color dying from postpartum causes of death after having a baby, just because the physicians were not taking serious their complaints, their health complaints. So some of the inner city began to use the mosques and the churches to eliminate transportation barriers and actually bring the clinics. I was in a workshop in San Francisco one time, and it was a world, something around the faith and the world. And there was a youngest member of British Parliament that was there. And he was talking about how in England were now using houses of faith because they realized they sat empty all week long. And they started outfitting some with computers and doing job skill training. And so lastly, trauma-informed services are focused on understanding the whole individual and their context of their life, infused with the knowledge about the roles that violence and victimization play in the lives of survivors. They're non-shaming, non-blaming, designed to minimize the possibilities of victimization and re-victimization, hospitable and engaging for survivors, and they're designed to facilitate recovery, growth, resilience, and healing. So to make a difference in someone's life, you don't have to be brilliant, rich, beautiful, or perfect. Oh, I'm so glad, because I might have been excluded. You just have to care. So with that, my friends, there's some resources. There's my contact. I am going to turn it over to Erica or Julie, and I thank you so much for joining today. I look forward to following up with Sutter County Health to see how you're training and disseminating this information. And again, I just want to thank you for the great work that you do. Erica, are you going to come back on?
I am. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was really wonderful. Thank you so much for your expertise, for providing this wonderful training for us today. And I will open it up to any questions. Participants can raise their hand or ask a question in the chat. And so I will give everyone a moment here to do that. Becky, we are seeing some comments saying, thank you so much, great information. Thank you so much, excited to get started. Thank you, such a wonderful training. Thank you. And then a question, would we be able to get a copy of the presentation? So yes, Becky will send that to Julie with our Sutter County Children and Families Commission office, and then we will get that out to all the participants. This is the kind of training that makes me so grateful for Zoom, even though I wish we could all be learning together in person. Yes, absolutely, Kristen. Thank you. Thank you so much. This was pretty fantastic. Thank you. Excellent presentation. And do we get a certificate? That is a question.
Now, I don't do a certificate just because where I train around the world, whoever's my host, usually if they don't arrange CEUs or anything, sometimes they can give a contact hours, that yes, I can verify so-and-so, was in this training, but no, I don't give a certificate. That's a good question. Just in the fact that when I first got started, I asked SAMHSA, I said, who makes you an authority on being able to go do this, And they sent me a draft course and off I went. And so, by the fact that you attended the 3-hour and today you heard this 5-hour, that just, that credentials you sort of in a sense that you can go out and communicate this information. And it's transformed what's happened up here. So I'll just leave that to Erica or Julie if you all are going to, issue any kind of contact hour certificate, but I do not.
Thank you, Becky.
Sure.
We also have here, this was such a valuable resource. I really appreciate this opportunity. Looking forward to reviewing and reviewing. Thank you. Are all the slides going to be available? Yes, they will. And then we have here, I just want something to say. I attended. I think, I don't know that we'll issue a certificate, but maybe like some kind of acknowledgement of participation. So we will get back to those of you that do need something like that, okay? And if you registered, then we have your email and we'll get back to you on that.
And I do think talking earlier to Julie and maybe Michelle and Sarah that works at Sutter County as well, there was some thinking that they were going to stay in touch with this group maybe a little more often because you are the trainers, to try to keep up maybe as people are training your own organizations, or to see who may be available from time to time to do community training. So I think you're going to, hear from the Sutter County folks from time to time. And I will be sending the 3-hour slides and this train the trainer, and then that'll get forwarded on to you.
Thank you, Becky.
You're welcome. And if you need anything, you can get me through my website, beckyhaas.com. My email is becky@beckyhaas.com.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Becky?
Thank you for all your kind comments. I'm gonna screenshot this and tell my husband there are actually people that have listened to me for 5 hours and enjoyed it.
Yes, I want to personally say thank you, Becky. I always learn from your trainings, and there's always something new that I get from your trainings, and I just love that donkey story at the end. So that's something I always remember and I go back to, and it just makes sense to everything that you share with us. So thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Okay, I think that's it. If no other questions, then everyone, thank you so much for everyone that's been here today, for your time. I know it's been a long day just staring at the computer, but we really appreciate all of you being here and taking this journey along with us and wanting to learn more and become trauma informed, to share that with our communities, your organizations, and we will be reaching out to follow up with you on these slides. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.